that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today is 4/22/2024, and yes, we are live right now. We are fitting to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case. There is a lot of shit going on in this case. Good gracious, it smells. It smells. This case smells, and it bothers me because you know what? Katie knows something. Katie, you know something. Allegedly, you know something about where Sebastian is. There's no way that there is, footage showing him coming out and taking that trash into the bin and then going back in and just disappearing out of thin air like Houdini. And to think that in my head, for that to be possible, I would have to literally accept him walking out the house and being able to dodge any camera within this neighborhood showing Sebastian Rogers. Again, that's a big red flag in this case, and I believe she does hold the key, like Peter said last night. And after thinking about it and really, talking, he did make it home that night. He did make it home that night, ladies and gentlemen. And not only did he make it home that night, again, he was seen coming out and taking that trash out to go back and never to be seen again. So if that is the case, where did he go? And I want to jump into a few things that are coming out. There's reports that, Chris was setting up this rally, or he's setting up this biker rally, and that's why he was at the motorcycle place. I know a lot of people are pissed off about, them not being at the visual, but yet Chris did show up to the visual and had a talk with Seth. And allegedly that talk with Seth was about, this whole motorcycle thing, this whole motorcycle rally and setting up this motorcycle rally. And somebody, they're saying that Seth is lying and he didn't tell everybody about Chris talking about the motorcycle rally that they're setting up in 2 weeks, which I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. 1 second. Now, I know JLR posted, person claims that Chris Proudfoot plans to have a biker rally for Sebastian in a few weeks. If true, I wonder if Seth is intimidated of the bikers, and that's why now he wants to join forces with Chris and Katie. Now, I don't know, what's going on here, but as you read this comment, it says, yes, Chris was at the Harley shop talking to the store manager while standing next to, wait for it, and clutch your pearls. Okay, a motorcycle, which now constitutes him as buying a new bike, but in reality, Chris was trying to organize a biker rally in 2 weeks. Seth knows this, which is why Chris showed up to tell him. But Seth wants to mislead the people. Now, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out about that, right? What's going on, Lady Tiger? Welcome to the stream. As you guys are coming in, make sure you hit the like button, turn on the notification bell if you're new to the channel for all notifications for when I go live, because I go live damn near every single day. And I do open up the lines, and I am going to open up the lines because I want to hear from everybody when it comes to this case. But I do want to give you my mind and what I think about this case. I think that Katie knows every single fucking answer. Allegedly. Again, everything that I say is allegedly. I'm no detective. I'm no nothing. I'm just spreading the word. I want to know where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is, and I'm going to continue to do it. People bitch about it. It is what it is. I don't care. It's my channel. I'll run it how I want to. We are here today for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And Katie, your story stinks to high heaven. We're so sick. I mean, there was inconsistencies all over. Even the professionals see it. So it's like, what, you know, like we want to know where he's at. And when he's found, you will be held accountable. We don't even know what happened to him. But again, I do think that she holds every single answer to this case. And in fact, I do think that that 3-hour phone call has something to do with everything that has to do with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. Allegedly, I think that that 3-hour phone call holds every single answer that we may not know. What happened that night? Did she snap? Did she lose it? Is that what happened? Did she lose it that night? Did she just flip the out? What happened here? I've heard some things. Again, I seen something with my own eyes, and this brings in another scenario or a motive for me. I read with my own eyes, one of the neighbors that lives in this neighborhood said, and this is from a neighbor, this ain't from me, I'm not just making shit up. The neighbor specifically said that Katie Proudfoot allegedly was having an affair with a married man across the street. Now, why are the neighbors talking like this? I mean, these neighbors are in their own group on like this. I won't even tell you what site it is because people don't need to know, but I do know it's the neighbors, and they're talking about this case heavy, and they definitely are talking about the affairs too. So is there a motive with an affair here? What's going on, Ganja Mama? Welcome to the stream. Katie knows everything. Raquel's, or hopefully I said your name right. Raquel. Katie knows everything. Katie knows everything. Again, I see that. Laura says, hey, mods. What's going on? What's going on, Laura? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Beth, how are you doing today? Karen says, how could the motorcycle shopping have been years ago when they were wearing Sebastian shirts? Tell them again. Tell them again. Say it again. She said, how could this be a year ago when they're wearing fine Sebastian shirts? And that's a fact that they're wearing that. I have the photo right here sitting in front of me. You said, look at Katie's t-shirt. She's lying. Bike shopping was this year, Peas in a Pod said. You're correct, T-REV. KP knows, and CP is helping cover it up, allegedly. Just to think that, because that night you're on the phone for 3 hours. Now, it's not, I'm going to say this because I've been a person that's talked on the phone for 3 hours before. I've talked longer than 3 hours. I've been on the phone for 6 hours at times. May sound weird, but it's true. So I'm not dragging it there. But what I do want to say is if there's inconsistencies, like they talked 3 hours this one night, but only had 5 or 10-minute conversations prior, then I would start to think a little something as an investigator on that side. I don't know why they're not digging in deeper, but you can't look for something criminal if you're not investigating it criminally. If you're just looking for him as a runaway, you're not looking for anything criminal. You may question them, but you may think they're credible once their stories start to check out. Once you got Chris checking out at his job, and then you got Katie, who was there that night. They have a little footage of Sebastian coming in and taking the trash out and going back in. But I think that should be enough to have her ass in there and sit her down and friggin' drill her. Pause. I'm being serious, though. Drill her in that room at the investigation table. Take her up in there, because that should be enough. If he's coming out and taking the trash and he's going back in, and he's never to be seen ever again by any camera in the area of this whole entire neighborhood, leaving the neighborhood, anything like that. They need to start looking at what vehicles came around from the night that they got back. They need to check all of that shit. They need to check all of that. And hopefully they have. Didn't Seth say you could not tell for sure who took the trash out? He did say that, but it's changed. Seth said specifically on an interview yesterday, and he said word for word that it was Katie and Sebastian home that night. Katie knows the answers. And he said, I'm trying to remember because it was on an interview or it wasn't even an interview. It was Peter talking, and he just spoke out on the things that Peter was talking about. Because Peter was saying, I think that KP knows way more than she's leading on to. And not only does he think that? And this is a guy who trains investigators who sit down and drill murderers in a room. Or, you know, and again, I'm not calling her a murderer, but I kind of am allegedly. I kind of am saying something happened. I'm not saying that she legit murdered him. I'm just saying something negligent happened in this situation for him to disappear, not be seen on camera, just shows you that his body had to be moved. What else could have happened? I don't want to say that he is dead. I don't. I hate saying that. I hate putting that in the air. I don't even want to think that. I want to think that he's being held in a basement somewhere and that he's playing video games and living out his life in some type of way and seeing some happiness. But that's, in my heart tells me that's not what's going on. And my heart also tells me that something sinister happened to that boy. That's what my heart does tell me after finding out, you know, these certain things, because a lot of us were speculating that he didn't even make it home, right? We're thinking he didn't make it home. He didn't make it home. He didn't make it home. But once the PI went and sat down with the main person at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, I'm just saying, you start to find out some things. You start to find out he did make it home. He was on camera. He took the trash out. Police are positive it's him that made it home. You know what I mean? Like, they're positive that it's him that made it home. You said, why was Chris in Seth's face? I seen that picture. I know exactly what picture you're talking about, too. Why was he in his face? And there's another one, too. That what are they talking about? Could the Clyde Daniels tragic case help him find Sebastian? Let's watch this real quick. And I'm about to open up the lines because I want to talk to you. I'm fired up today.
Clyde Daniels disappeared from his Dixon County home in 2018. And now some of the very same people who are looking for Joe Clyde are out now looking for Sebastian Rogers.
Anthony Lyle, Steve Hurdle, Josh.
There's no denying the similarities in the two cases. 5-year-old Joe Clyde, autistic, was said to have wandered away from his home at night, barefoot in his pajamas.
We'll try to get this baby out here, so that's what we're hoping for.
That was 6 years ago this month.
What?
A massive search and nothing.
Our main job and our focus is finding where he's at.
What?
His remains, if it's remains, or if he's alive, we'll find him alive.
What's going on, Amber? This is
now
weird.
Consider 15-year-old Sebastian, autistic and said to have left his home in Hendersonville at night, barefoot and with a flashlight.
I don't buy that
ago. A massive search,
not buying it.
And nothing.
I think in the absence of information, what we'll continue to do is go back over everything we've already done once.
That just sounds crazy. What's
put a
going on
fresh
by you,
set of
babe?
eyes on
Welcome.
Back to Joe Clyde, who is presumed dead. You may recall his case quickly turned.
So is this what's going to happen? He's going to be presumed dead at some time because they just have no leads? What's going on in Tennessee, investigators? Wake the fuck up. The investigators, you need to wake up. You got to realize at some point that something is wrong, right? You can't even find video footage to show anyone that he was alive walking. You can't even show a direction. But yet you want us to believe or stop, you know, the social media is spreading a bunch of bullshit. Well, the social media is not stupid. I'm not dumb. I know that people don't just, well, most of the time walk out of a house in a neighborhood like this where they got cameras floating around and even they have neighborhood groups inside of the camera, like app, which you guys know what app I'm talking about, Rain Cam, that talk about this case. They have cameras literally and say there's nothing. I don't see him anywhere walking around whatsoever. He didn't walk down my street. Where did he go? Was he moved by vehicle? Because if he's not, this is a 15-year-old boy. You would see him walking down the street somewhere. You just would. You said this should be about Sebastian and nothing else. And I agree. Investigate this. It is about Sebastian. Where is Sebastian? We want to know. Toby's mom says, I've said all along the answers lie with KP and Nat home. You damn sure have been saying that in here for days. A biker rally keeps press Sebastian's name and face out there. I agree. There's nothing wrong with a biker rally. Do it. Work together. I don't care if they work together either. You said, wow, now that KP and CP have been working on their marriages, or on their marriage, I'm sorry, marriages. Marriage 2 months later, hey, let me start looking for my son. Maybe now that we are certain, since we took care of it, that no one will find him.
criminal. Much like Sebastian, there was no physical evidence to explain his disappearance. The key difference is his father confessed to killing his son. He quickly recanted that confession, but was still found guilty at trial.
Why did I kill my son?
To date, Joe Clyde's body still has never been found. Legal experts say his father never would have been convicted without the confession.
Like, you know, it's unconfirmed, but if you got
Sebastian,
we have not cleared anyone.
And make sure you turn your gifting on too. I'm giving back to the community today. Make sure you turn your gifting on if you want to be a member here. I'm giving back to y'all in chat. Also, I sent a donation to Seth on behalf of the Rev Gang family today, and letting him know that we are behind. We're Team Sebastian. That's what I let him know. I said, hey, we're Team Sebastian. We just want to know where Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers is. We want to know what happened to him on February 25th and the 26th. We want to know why he is only seen going on camera to take the trash out, to never be seen coming back out of the house after they catch him going in, like law enforcement says. Okay. But if you want to become a member, I will be giving gifts back out to the community today. So definitely make sure that you got your gifts on. I'm just saying that. All right.
But we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
This despite hours of interviews with those close to Sebastian. So no confession, no physical evidence, and no new lead.
Look at the neighborhood. Look at the neighborhood. You're going to tell me if this boy walked down this street, you're going to tell me that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 22 over 50 houses out here. Nice ass houses too, by the way, which most of them do have cameras. Because again, I did see pictures and screenshots from their group in the subdivision group. They talk. Yeah, they talk, and they also know each other too. And that's where I found out that allegedly Katie was having that affair with the married man across the street. Allegedly. Don't be mad at me, Katie. Be mad at the person, the people in the group talking that shit. And they want to know where Sebastian is too. And that's the only reason they're even talking about it. So don't be mad.
If anything is to be learned from Joe Clyde Daniels' case, it's that someone who knows something
Thank you, Lord, for
needs
11
to
months.
speak out and come forward with that information. And if they don't, it's very possible that Sebastian's case will never be solved.
Thank you.
Nick Barris, News Channel 5.
So that's a similar case. Again, they're saying, what's his name? Clyde, that young little boy right here. Clyde, it was an autistic kid. He disappeared for 6 years. Summer Wells, 3 years. This little boy, 6 years. They presumed him dead. This is nasty work. This is nasty work. I'm opening the lines right now. Thank you, Advocate, for you. I appreciate that. Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers, thank you for all you do and Rev Gang do. Okay, I got you. Thank you. I appreciate the support for real. I really do. Let me open up these lines real quick because I want to hear from people. I'm fired up. I mean, what's your thoughts here? Am I thinking the wrong thing? But yeah, shout out to you. 610, you're on the show. Talk to us.
Hey, T-REV.
What's going on? How you doing?
This is Heather. Good. Hold on. I have you on like 2 different things, so hold on. I got to turn you off.
It's okay.
Good. Hold on. It's sickening. I can't even. It's sickening. I just can't. And when people say like he's not here anymore, just like you, it makes me ill.
It does.
And as a mom, as a human, if we just want this child home, you know what I mean? And she knows, they know something. I just can't stand it. They know something. And I wanted to know, I know you've been speaking with Seth. The medicine that he's on, is it like life sustainable? Like, or is it just like for his mental health and his like ADHD? Because I spoke to you before about the spectrum and stuff like that. My daughter, if she doesn't have her medicine every day, she's jumping around off the walls. But if he's been without medicine for 60 days and it's for other things, that's just, it's sick. It makes my stomach literally turn to think about.
It did. I mean, this shit makes my stomach turn too. And I've been sitting and thinking about it. And I usually just sit back and listen most of the time. But you know what? Katie knows something and she needs to fucking come up off of it, allegedly. She needs to come up off of it. What if something bad happened? Just say it. It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
Right.
To say, well, you know, this happened, or and I acted, whatever. And again,
it was an accident. This is what happened.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because there's no cameras in this neighborhood, this very nice neighborhood that has cameras. People have cameras around there. I've seen them talking about it. I didn't see them on my camera.
I don't have one on my door, but every neighbor I have basically has one. So I don't understand how these people don't have it. You know, I don't understand. Like, and why are the police not bringing her in and doing anything about it?
Why was the lights flickering in his room on and off for 10 minutes?
Was he sending a signal to somebody?
I'm just saying, like, nobody, are the investigators in Tennessee stupid? I'm just saying, I got to put it out there. Are they dumb as hell? Because you see flashing lights, you see, you know, I know you got to have probable cause and certain things, but come on now. You can only be so stupid to not see what tons of people around the nation are seeing, including professionals that were in homicide.
Right.
Like, it's just weird.
It's beyond weird. And it's like, and not to go off topic, like Dylan Rounds, like how they were just like, oh, well, you know, he just disappeared for however long. And then they find his body, you know, what, like 2 years later?
Right.
That's not sufficient. And this keeps happening. You know, I tell people, they're like, why are you so obsessed with, I'm like, because I go on and I'm like, is there any news? Is anything found? And these kids are just disappearing left and right. And people are just getting away with it. She knows. As a mom, you don't just pack up and leave and go and work on yourself. And, you know, I would be sitting outside my door, literally waiting, walking around, searching. And why did they not attend the vigil? Because who were they scared of?
Right. I mean, that's a good freaking question. Why didn't they attend any of the visuals? Usually anybody with a missing child or just a missing person in general, it could be an adult like myself. People, I know that my people will be there regardless of their issues.
Exactly.
I'll tell you that much. They'll be there regardless of all the issues. They'll definitely be there right next to each other.
And I saw somebody had mentioned, I don't know whether it was in the chat or whatever, about we see him or them at the biker rally. They're not going to be welcomed by these. I don't even really know how to say it. My dad is no longer here, but he was affiliated, and they are not just going to like welcome in people and say, you know what, let bygones be bygones. Your kid's missing,
right?
And didn't do anything. We're going to help you search. No, they're going to beat the shit out of him. Part of my language. You know what I mean? And hey, spread the word, get it out there. By all
live
means.
playing in the background, or am I tripping?
What?
You said you got the live playing in the background, or am I tripping?
I have two. No, I have you on two things, but you're both paused. My daughter, she's in the bed on her tablet. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're good. I was like, hold up. I thought I was hearing something.
No, I paused you. You're on my TV and on my tablet, but I paused you both, and I'm on my phone. So, but yeah, no, she knows something. They know something, and why is nobody doing anything about it?
Yeah, I don't get it. What's the investigators doing? I mean, I'd love to see how they're looking at this. I mean, are
Yeah,
they
and we're all
feet
asking the
kicked up
same
eating
question.
peanut butter and jelly right now? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Right.
Or
I don't know.
what is going
Eating
on?
peanut butter and
I mean, if you're
celery.
not, are you going to use the TBI resources that you have to come in and maybe they can do some better investigation? I don't know. At this point, something needs to be done. It's getting too far along. Time is going by, and it looks like it's about to end up at a Summer Wells level here shortly because there's nothing, absolutely nothing. And it seems like these investigators are not doing shit. Not only are they not doing shit, they're not even coming out and saying, okay, or she's cleared it, or he's cleared, they've cleared, we're doing this. I know they've came out at the beginning and said, well, they're cooperating, but they're not letting people know if they're cleared or not, which is giving me it's giving me indications of something else. I don't know. I appreciate you calling it though. Thank you. I'm fired up today. This shit is crazy. God bless you.
I concur. You too.
Stay vigilant.
All
Lock
right.
your doors. I appreciate you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. KP knows something, and I'm not. Before you're in the door, talk to me.
Hey, T-REV.
What's going on? How you doing today?
This is Shannon calling from Syracuse, New York. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. You said Shannon or Shayna?
Shannon. S-H, like Shannon Sharp, the football player.
Shannon in the building. Talk to us, Shannon. What's going on? What's on your mind here?
Hey.
KP, what's your thoughts on her?
Oh, my Lord. Obviously, okay, allegedly, she has something. She knows what happened. You know she knows what happened. Not to go backwards, but I just want to talk about what you were just saying. What were they saying about the biker rally?
Yes, there allegedly there's a planned biker rally for 2 weeks, and that's why they were over there.
Yeah, supposedly, right? And then with the picture of CP and Seth, do you think that was just like a coincidence, that pose?
It could have been.
You know what I mean with that pic? Or do you think there was real, because, you know, Seth is, you know, saying no, there was no, you know what I mean?
When you talk about the pic,
yeah,
see something real quick because I have it and I'm trying to find it real quick. I want to pull it up. Here it is.
Because it does look like he's all in his face.
Yep. And if you look at this pic, it looks like somebody behind a counter took this pic, like the person who works here.
Yeah. See.
You see that? It looks like the person who works here said, "Let me upload this."
Right.
Like,
see, that's what I'm saying. And that could like take things all out of, you know, how they're
Candy.
You know.
Thank you guys. For sure.
I was just wondering about that. I just like, because Seth is denying it, you know, saying like, no, we're going to work together, you know, all of a sudden.
Hey, you said Seth is denying what? What is he denying?
That like anything, there was no beef or anything between him and Chris. When Chris had came to the rally or to the vigil, to the vigil. And that's when they had that conversation, you know, the conversation, like they all want to work together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that picture to me looks like, and then there's a lot of other people saying that they were there and there was like, you know, more words said than that.
I have no idea what was said.
You know,
I have no idea what was said here, or, you know, even between Seth and Chris, as far as, you know, that conversation, I don't know, but some people are saying that Chris was talking to Seth about this biker rally that day at the visual. That's what I hear going around.
Oh, okay. See, I was listening this morning and it was like there was confrontation, like there was, you know what I mean? See how things get twisted around and everything else. But
myself, and he told me that he wants to work with them.
Right, which is
behind him. It's about finding Sebastian.
I don't get it. I just don't get this. I just don't get
The
it.
thing that got me after that, which I didn't ask Seth this, but he did do an interview, or not an interview, but he went up on Peter Hyde's live stream, and he was sitting there listening to him because Peter's professional, and he made a few statements on this interview that I know if CP and KP seen them, they'd probably have if they're joining forces, those forces may be broken up already, just based off of what he said on that interview. Now I'm starting to wonder, was that conversation between him and Chris about Katie knowing the answer? Allegedly, that's what I'm thinking. Allegedly, what else would it be about?
Yeah, because there's obviously something to do with that thud she said she heard in that 3-hour conversation. You know what I mean? It just makes no freaking sense. And those 2 lights was not a damn garbage truck. I'm sorry. So, but you know what this kind of reminds me of is like the Idaho 4, you know, with the Brian Koberger, how the police just came out like, boom, you know, we have a suspect, you know what I mean? Yeah. So we never know what's going on, you know, the police and, you know, what they know.
Right.
It's just driving us nuts, not knowing, you know, because I'm nosy Rosie. But it's like, it's killing me. It's killing all of us trying to figure out where is this poor child.
That's a great question. PayPal me says, do they have video footage of the restaurant and bowling alley of them there? And
of them,
I don't know that about, you know, the bowling alley, but I do know of the restaurant. They definitely have footage of the restaurant. It's
of
not out.
I
know that Seth, you know, seen it.
Yeah.
But another thing is the clothes that he wore that night. There's so many
Seth
different
said that
things.
You don't remember what he had on in the video.
No, I remember that part, but now the PI was talking on a channel the other day, and she brought up they still do not know if those clothes are accounted for or not that he was wearing.
Wow. But they checked that house 11 times.
They checked it allegedly 10 times. They checked it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I just don't get it. Like, wow. But you know what? Katie knows. Katie knows.
I believe so too.
She knows. And it will come to light. I'm sorry.
No, I said the answers lie with her. Allegedly.
Oh, absolutely.
The answers lie with her. She was with him last. She went back to the house with him last. He's seen taking out the trash on video footage in her custody last. Katie knows. She knows.
Did he have shoes on when he took the trash out?
She knows. That woman knows. Allegedly.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. And you know God don't like ugly. You know that.
You're damn right he don't. And I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. This is getting out of hand, but I hope you have a beautiful day. Thank you so much.
You too.
God bless. Shout out to her. Go phone call 219-885-9693. I want to keep hearing from the people. I'm fired up. KP, lady. We need 719. What's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing today? You are live on the air.
I'm good. I'm so I just have a few things to say.
Let's get it right up off your chest. Talk to me.
Okay. First of all, and nobody has asked this question, why aren't they looking? Because they flipping know where he is, first of all, because they've done something to him. And don't think that old dickhead had nothing to do with it, because he did. Plain and simple. They both did. And what else? I can't even remember now what else. I'm so freaking upset with this stuff because that's ridiculous. These people are idiots. And from get-go, they're idiots.
Talk to me. We like that.
Oh my God, is that me on the phone?
Yeah, I think that you coming through your TV. You might want to mute it.
Oh my God.
You mute it, you're good. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I gotta find out how to do it. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you too. is because I don't know how to become a member for you on Rev Gang because I'm stupid. I'm one of the stupid ones.
You're not.
I'm 65 years old.
You're not stupid. Don't say that.
Oh, I just don't know how to do that.
Don't say that.
Okay.
Don't say you're not stupid. There's a button in chat. There's a button on every channel. If you click on go to the channel, you'll see a white join button and you can click it, or you could do it from in chat. It's very easy, but don't call yourself stupid.
Well, see, and I'm on the TV doing this, watching you.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to do it from like a phone or a computer. I don't know about no TV. To be honest with you, I never tried from a TV, but you're not stupid.
Thank you, Rev. I really appreciate it. I just love you to death.
Thank you.
You just don't even know. You are such an amazing man.
Thank you.
And an amazing Christian.
Well, it might be amazing, but I still got a lot of change about me. So
yeah, and I know I could see the frustration. I know I'm over it too. I'm so ready to go out and do it myself. You know what I mean? But I'm in Colorado, so I'm.
Well, I don't want people to go out and take things into their own hand. I want to be. What I do want to do is discuss and keep Sebastian's face moving in front of people, just in case he is out there. But I do believe that these answers lie with KP. She knows everything. She was the last one with him. She was out with them that night. Anybody that was out with them that night needs to be investigated too, whether it's Melissa, whether it's these other cousins or whoever. Anybody that was out with them that night, they all need to be thoroughly investigated. Allegedly, they all cooperated already, but blah, blah, blah. But there's, again, if he was seen in Katie's custody at home.
Yeah. Yeah. And not only that, but how about the Texas Roadhouse? Them people, they need to talk to them too. Come on now, let's get real here. It's not just you got to get all the facts, not just part of them or what you want, or sit your fat ass there and eat donuts. I'm sorry, God forgive me, but I'm just so frustrated with this whole thing because I know that baby's alive. I believe it. I know God's got His hands around him, and I know He has him. But I'm just so over it.
Yeah.
And don't know what else we can do. But I got to go on my phone to find out how to be a member.
No, it's okay. You'll figure it out. Don't worry about that. You'll figure it out. Well, I'll tell you what. Before I let you go, do you think you think KP knows too, or no?
Oh, hell yes. First of all, doesn't work on Sunday. They specifically said that at the beginning of the first day. He does not work weekends. So he wasn't not there. He is there. He was at the house. I don't care what anybody says. Don't play with me. Don't play with us like we're idiots. Because y'all in Tennessee might be idiots, but we're not. We know stuff. We've been around. I've been around for plenty a long time. I know. And when I see a snake, I know a snake. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just so over it. I'm telling you, I just love this baby to pieces, and I just want him to come home to his daddy. I'm just so aggravated.
It's okay. A lot of us are aggravated.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of us are. And look, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being passionate and sharing these stories and being a part of sharing these stories. Every time that you watch a video, it helps share the story. Thank you for being there.
Oh, yeah, I've been on it. Let me tell you, I'm on it, but I'm going to get on this phone and try to figure out how to do this member thing.
Look, you worry about calming down and taking a couple deep breaths. I appreciate your passion here today with the Rev Gang family I really do appreciate your passion here with the Rev Gang family that you've shared today about Sebastian. That's the type of passion that I believe a lot of us have. And I'm glad that you're here showing that today. And I hope you have
and I know I'm in the right gang.
You're right. You're damn right. And I'm praying for you.
I am.
Wipe them tears off, smile, keep your head high, and God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I felt bad for her. 219-885-9693. Tears of pain. 865, you're live. Talk to me.
Okay, T-REV, Miss Mary. Hey there.
Mm-hmm.
I've got two things I need to bring up. One of them is if you look at the video of the house that you showed on the inside of the house, Wait a minute, I'm trying to mute this thing. Hold on. The couch that's in the rec room, it faces the back doors.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the couch she was on,
Right.
for the how many hours it was till all hours, she would have seen him go out the back if he went out the back.
Right.
All right. Okay.
You would think.
And number two, you would think. And number two, you just said something that allegedly that I didn't know, which puts a whole damn different spin on it for me. Allegedly, Mom has a boyfriend that lives across the street.
Yep. That's exactly what I seen with my own 2 eyes from, again, a neighborhood group chat.
Could allegedly Mom been flickering the lights to say to the alleged boyfriend, it's done, come get him? I'll stay on the phone with CP to give an alibi that I'm on the phone with you the whole time. I heard something and you come get him. And that's why they can't pick up a scent or couldn't find where he went.
That's a good point. I have no idea though.
But I tell you what, if I was TBI or whoever else and they got wind of that, I'd be giving that person a polygraph, because that would explain a lot. If she used her phone call to say, hey, I was on the phone call with him for 3 hours and blah, 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 you know, and that puts him in Memphis, or we don't know for sure if he was in Memphis or not. He could have had a burner phone, left his phone in Memphis. We don't know. But it just kind of puts a different spin on it for me if possibly that other person might have been involved. And maybe that was, I don't know. You said you were looking at the truck and we thought it was a foot maybe sticking out there and then backed up. But where is Sebastian's window compared to across the street? Does that explain why the people across the street's camera wasn't working? Explain why the people across the street, you know, they didn't see him, quote unquote, if that person helped her instead of CP? Allegedly. That's just a thought.
I don't know, that's a good thought, Mary. That's actually
maybe they're going down the wrong rabbit hole.
That's actually a very good thought, because I think if you're having an affair, then that's important. So it could play a part. I'm not saying that it's important, because a lot of people have issues. I get that. Nobody's perfect. No one in here is saying that anybody's perfect, but we're talking about a 15-year-old boy that was seen taking the trash out, going back in that house, and not seen on any camera in this damn neighborhood going anywhere on foot. So, you know, when I hear things like, oh, there was an affair across the street, and I'm getting these different tips sent in to me by people who can't even get a hold of Sethra's PI or want to get a hold of, you know, or they already pushed it through the TBI, but they're not hearing nothing back. They're frustrated. That's the type of stuff that I've been seeing.
Well, it just, when you said that, and I didn't know about any of that till just now, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. You know, getting rid of Sebastian, getting you a new lover and taking off and getting divorced from Chris and not having to deal with Seth, and no, he just ran away, and now you got somebody that helps you get rid of him that the police would never even think about looking at. Just a thought in my head. Could be total bull crap, but it was just a thought in my head when you said that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if they've looked at that or not. And maybe, you know, sometimes you have to take with a grain of salt what neighbors say. We had a neighbor like that said that about somebody in our neighborhood about the dad, and it wasn't true. And then his son ended up unliving himself because it wasn't true. Split his parents up, and that was too much for him to take, and it wasn't true at all. So, you know, I know you have to take things with a grain of salt, but if it is true, and he was across the street, because they keep saying the neighbor across the street never saw anything, the camera wasn't working right, or it was Sebastian, quote unquote, and it was blurry. You know, there's too much right there for me. So I just wanted to throw that out there and I don't want to start anything like that's what it is or whatever. So that's not what I'm saying. It just made me think differently. Yeah. And maybe that's why we can't find him. I mean, is this guy single? Does he have a family? Was his family out of town? I mean, you know what I mean? Do we even know, quote unquote, if he was out of town, but he came, the one that came in, and Sebastian would know him and maybe go with them? I don't know. It's just, oh well, that's just my mind running. So, but Yeah, I think too. If anybody knows, and I guess you can ask Seth this, but if anybody knows the where the motorcycle shop is, somebody could call and find out if they really do have a rally planned. And it kind of concerns me that it's kind of like, well, it's 2 weeks out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. For sure. I know exactly what you mean, but
that should have been done a long time ago.
Screaming from the rooftops, they should have been doing something. I mean, when do you decide that, damn, maybe he didn't run away? If you're not seeing him on any of the cameras, you're knocking, you're going door to door, you get some footage, but you get some unreliable footage because it's barely showing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, even if he did, quote unquote, allegedly run away, he's a vulnerable, what you would call a vulnerable person because of his autism, where he is on the scale of his autism that makes him vulnerable besides being a child. And, you know, I can see the people that I've seen, like Natalie Holloway's mom and other moms out there have just been desperate, other than people like Casey Anthony, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's just sad. So anyway, thank you for what you're doing and staying on top of it, and give Seth our love when you talk to him. We're also praying, and I still feel like he's out there. I don't know why. I just do. I know you feel a little different in your heart, but my heart keeps feeling like he's out there, and I hope that he is.
I hope he is out there. I really do. But I mean, where's the signs? Where's the vehicle that took him out? Where's the vehicle that would take him out of here?
Well, that's why I was wondering about the lights and across the street. And if she has a boyfriend across the street, that'd be perfect for just driving over there. It looks like it's a trash truck, and all they have to do is look at the trash truck GPS and time when it was there. If it was there at 6:30 and not 3:30, then maybe they need to look at that guy's, you know, across the street's car, if that's what's going on.
I get it. I get it. I don't know. Maybe they looked into the affair. Maybe they didn't. Who knows? We'll
I don't know.
I appreciate you, Miss Mary. Thank you for calling and giving a voice for Sebastian today. I appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay safe and stay vigilant. Shout out to Miss Mary. A lot of the stuff she's saying, I get it, but it's like, oh no, man. I feel like he knows what happened in this house. Allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. It's just my thoughts and opinion. 801, what's going on? You're live.
Hey there, T. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Oh, just living the dream, I guess. Anyway, I called to let you know. Two things were verified already.
Okay, let's hear it.
St. Jude, is no construction on weekends.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or Chris and Katie would not have been picking out motorcycles yesterday since it was Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Number two is, you know, and I've heard this on Judge Judy so many times, if it doesn't make sense, it's not true. With all their stories that they've been telling, you know, Chris is a pathological liar. And he was in on this. And, you know, I don't know if you heard the rumor about the girl who saw when Sebastian was trying to run away that night. Chris ran after him and picked him up and put him across his shoulder and took him back home. And saying, oh, he always acts like this when he doesn't get his way. And plus the same thing, you know, when he was hiding under cars.
Right.
I mean, you know, something's definitely wrong in Denmark when this kid is trying to hide from this guy. So I just don't understand why, you know, these neighbors are just so tight-lipped. You know, they you know, I mean, can't they hear anything at all coming out from this house? Like this kid screaming and all this fighting and all this stuff.
I mean, sometimes you got to look at the house. I mean, it's, they're pretty distant. I mean, you'd have to be doing some pretty loud screaming.
Oh, I'm sure he was doing some pretty loud screaming if this kid was being beat up.
You would have to do some pretty loud screaming from this. I mean, I've looked at this location, the separation between properties, etc. Like you would have to be definitely loud. I mean, you could hear some stuff possibly, but they're definitely spread out. There's stuff that can be unheard in there,
I mean, somebody had to have seen something. Like I just know that somebody had to have seen something, beside this girl. And I also heard that there's this other girl that saw somebody put somebody or something in a manhole behind the school.
Who?
So I don't know.
Nobody checked that?
Pardon?
Nobody checked it?
I don't know if the officers or anybody.
Where this manhole behind the school? Who put something there, and who's seen that and never reported it?
Good question. I don't know why they didn't report it. It was just some kid, I guess, some another teenager, that was just walking around, and they saw somebody put something down the sewer system in this manhole.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, unless the police are afraid to get their dainty little feet dirty.
Who said that? Who said that they put somebody? Where's this at? Where can we view this?
This was when I first started watching you guys. Somebody, had said this, and nobody paid, much attention to it. And of course, you're not going to smell a dead body inside of the sewer system.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear anything about somebody throwing anything into a manhole. You would think they would check that if that was, put out there.
Yeah, you'd think they would.
These investigators suck.
Yes, they do.
Hire me. I'll go.
Thank you. Thank you very much for saying that. TBI is totally corrupt.
I'm sorry, but this is just my thoughts. The investigators out here suck and need to hand it over to well-qualified people. Because, again, it seems as if they're, I don't know, maybe they're just not, built for dealing with it. I don't know. I haven't looked at the homicide investigations that they've done in their area prior, or, missing persons investigations that they've done prior. But just watching and looking back, seeing that there was a kid that went missing for 6 years and was presumed dead, a little kid. Like, I'm not talking a little baby. And it's wild. The same people are now helping assist in the search that helped look for this boy, and there was no answers there. But besides the,
what are they?
Saying that he did and then trying to take it back.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Why is Chris throwing Katie under the bus now?
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, when everybody knows that they both did it. it was both of them that did it, not just Katie. She couldn't have done all this stuff by herself. It was a joint thing. Both of them know what happened. But that's why I think that Seth is kind of acting like a super sleuth right now. He's trying to see what Chris has to say. I'm not trying to say he's trying to get on good terms with this guy, but he's trying to find out certain things, I guess. But Chris is over there saying Katie, when, it's just like that interview I saw on TV yesterday when, I guess the psychiatrist or something, it had Seth in it also, but Seth didn't say anything until the very last of this interview with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And all it was about Katie when Seth got to talking at the very end of it. Nothing was mentioned with Chris.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, and with Seth talking with Chris yesterday at the rally, not the rally, the vigil, it seemed really odd to me. You know, why is he talking to this guy when I would have been beating his brains out? You know, but he's sleuthing. You know, he's tired. All he wants is information about his son. That's his only concern. And if he has to go through, dance with the devil to get to it, that's unfortunately what he has to do. So, that.
Well, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers today. I appreciate you. But again, I think KP holds all the answers to this case. I really do. Allegedly. God bless you. Lock them doors and you stay safe. Keep them coming. 219-85-96-93. There's something nasty going on here in Tennessee. Sumner County Sheriff's Office can't handle this case. They sure as hell can't. The Sumner County Office sucks. Allegedly. Like, what's going on? I back Blue. I do. 100% back Blue. What's going on? No answers for Sebastian. Nothing. All these inconsistencies and all these different things, but nothing is happening? 603.
Hey.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little bit, but I can hear the background noise too. You good? What's going on?
All right. Hey. I'll change you to speakers that way. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. So
yes. Thank you.
I've been hearing this whole story off and on, and my mom follows this story very well. I had a thought that I don't think anybody has thought of. I could be wrong. So we all don't think that he made it home, right? Or he went home for maybe a short period of time, but then something happened. So my thought is with coinciding, because whenever somebody does something wrong, they will always put in a little bit of what they did in with some fake truth to cover up a lie to make it seem more believable, much of like what a pathological liar would do. So when they talk about how they disciplined him through keeping him outside and their military background of like the education, I'm feeling that they did some sort of like, we're gonna dress him up to be like disguisable with the background at night, so that way if he's walking, he can't really be seen, and kind of like throwing him out to the wolves. Like they drove to a very known area that they've sought out, and they just kind of like released him after they I think they dosed him with something to disorientate him, and it was planned with I think it's definitely premeditated with the out of ordinary like life choice of taking him out and doing all that other stuff with him versus like any other kind of weekend. I don't remember them having any sort of celebration or things like that. So with people looking, I don't think they're going to look for a kid that wants to be found. I think when he realized that he can't make it back home, he's out there somewhere, and if you think about it, it's really, really, really not that abstract of a mindset to know someone can survive out there. If you think about it, back then, the people that was in the plane and crashed in I think it was the Alps, they had nothing on their body to, deal with what they were dealing with, and everyone gave up thinking that they all died. But they were found so many days later, I think 90 or something, or maybe past 90. I can't really remember. But I just wanted to shoot that idea out that they kind of brought him out into the world and just let him go, or put him somewhere in like a tree house or down in the dirt. Like I said, they have background and money to, you know, sort of plan this out to make it look like something that it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. My mom needs to be interrogated. What? Crazy. Seen today the cops will not verify that he was barefoot. Did you see it? No, I didn't see that actually. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just thinking, I really don't have anything else much to say. Thank you for taking it. Well, I wanted to make sure that, you know, that thought got out there.
No, you're good. That's what it's for. I mean, it's good thoughts. It's good thoughts. So you, in general, you're with the theory that he didn't even make it home.
I think that he did not make it home. There was some sort of stop midway. I think there is a third person involved that no one is thinking of.
Or do you think that they're? And I got to ask you this because I hear your theory, and that's kind of what mine was. But I'm thinking in my head here because law enforcement are saying he was on that camera at home. So it's like that's where I get mixed up at.
Yeah, they got you bring him home to gather some belongings. Maybe like you're done telling that he's going on a little trip or something, or maybe something that's not out of the blue. Like we're gonna do like this little trailing, like we're gonna go look for something or whatever. And I don't think the third person is anybody of the family or anybody that they know. I think it's someone random and they paid them off.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. That's crazy though.
It is crazy, but they did say with an Easter egg that it's going to be something that they've never heard of before. So I'm thinking out the box. I'm trying to put myself in his shoes. Like,
don't you think that I don't know. I kind of look at that as a red herring. That's how I'm looking at that statement, like a red herring to just throw people out into this crazy thought, which it's done. It has done that. You know, that statement. This will be a
and I
case
think
that we
that
study
Katie
for years.
had to do that in order for him to make that choice of, hey, I'm going to give you this choice. Either we're going to deal with it this way or we're going to deal with it this way. And Katie would probably, you know, speak on behalf because she can't. I don't see her being able to morally fall through with hurting his son physically. But. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian. Again, I don't know any theories that people are talking about could be possible. You never know. But I mean, I'm using common sense here, and I'm thinking in my head, he made it home. KP and him. What happened that night? What happened that night? Because I think the answer lies there. And again, there's just nothing showing them even leaving in the car that night again. Even if they went back, it's just nothing. But I appreciate you. Thank you for having the courage to call up, share your voice with everybody who is listening and just talking with me. I do appreciate you. And thank you for doing that in the name of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and God bless you and your family. That's a good phone call, 219-885-9693. KP knows the answers to where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is allegedly. She was the last one with him. She knows. She does. It's that simple. Damn. Whoa. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, Trev, it's Donna.
What's going on, Donna? Talk to us.
How you doing?
Well, you know, hanging in there. Trying to figure out this mystery here that is really, for me, it's common sense. He was with KP, point blank period, in her custody at that house. The answer lies there, allegedly.
Well, something's been on my mind for like the last week. Now, I haven't heard anybody really talk about this, but there's supposed to be a time frame from the time he went to bed that when she went to wake him up in the morning, she said he wasn't there, whatever. Now, there's a time frame where she got in a car. She got into a vehicle to go search for her son, supposedly, allegedly. I haven't heard anybody talk about that. I haven't heard anybody say she was even caught on, on a video anywhere. But she said that I remember her saying, Katie, she had made a comment, I think it was in the first interview, that she searched for him around the neighborhood. She got in the car.
Correct.
Am I mistaken? Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't mistaken on that. I think the key is somewhere between the time she heard that noise and that window, like supposedly her going around and searching for him. I think that something in that search or something when she left that house. I mean, what vehicle did she take? And where did she go? Did they catch her on cameras actually doing this? You know? I still don't understand how Chris's mom got there so quickly. How the hell who called her? When did they call her? You know, because supposedly as soon as she realized he was missing, she got on the phone with Chris. And then they called the police.
Three-way when she was muted.
Well, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, I mean, his mother was there before the police got there. And they said they were there within 10 minutes. So who called her?
That's a
and when was she called?
Maybe Chris. Who knows?
I mean, it just seems to me, I'm like narrowing down a window for this disappearance of this child. And to me, it seems like the window runs from she said, 10 o'clock that night, because that's when she said she heard that noise. I use that as the beginning to supposedly when she was searching for him. Now, by that time, Chris's mom was there, and I don't know what time Chris got there, but evidently he was there. He was there at one point talking to the police, but she had already driven that car. She had already left. She was searching for him before Chris ever got there.
Correct.
So to me, something right in that window is what happened. When it happened, within that window of time. I don't know what, because to be honest with you, even if they put a dog in her car looking for his son's going to be there because he's her child. There's not going to be decomp because if he was deceased, God forbid, and I pray that that's not the case, but if he was, there's not going to, it's too soon. I'm not an expert, so I don't know how soon is too soon to pick that up. But, it just seems like that's the window. Everything else that I've looked at, everything for myself, everything else that I've time frame and stories and, the ruling outs of things, even those trash truck people, the police saying they were ruled out, that's ruled out. It's the trash collectors. I'm ruling that out. I'm just not even going to look at that. I'm looking at specifics. And to me, that is the window. The window or the key to what happened to him was during that time where she said she searched for him. I don't, that's in my gut and my heart telling me that that's the window. Because has anybody heard anything about that? I haven't heard anything except for her saying it. Nobody said, well, we have her and we know that she searched or she left the house. Has anybody said she left the house? Where did she go? How do we know where she went? We don't know. But supposedly, according to that first interview, she got in her car and she went looking for her son. So, there doesn't need to be another person. 15 years old, if you have to carry a 15-year-old, you can carry a 15-year-old. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to be a doom and gloom, but, I'm kind of trying to, this thing is really so bizarre, and there's such a lack of any evidence that, that we know of. This is not to say that the police don't know more, because you know how that works. But everything's held close to the vest, so I get that. Yeah. But every scenario that I've kind of ran how this could have happened, or, what if, if he went by foot, we'd have found him by now. He'd have been found, unless he was picked up. That's another case scenario. But to me, it all still falls back in that window of time where she's talking about searching for her son, actually physically leaving that house and searching for her son. I want to know where she went. That's what I want to know. And if they caught her on camera doing it.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's just. I haven't heard anybody come up with talk about that.
What's up, Bubbles?
But it's kind of.
I agree.
It's kind of been like that's the only window of time that I don't see anything being accounted for. And that's if she's ex-military and she does that kind of work, whatever she does, it'd be no problem for her to carry that boy.
Yeah, why would someone mute a three-way call? Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Why would someone mute a three-way call?
That too, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's that window. You know what I'm saying? If you look at it for what it is, it's that window from the time she heard that thump.
It was it proved via dispatch at 6:45 a.m. KP was driving around looking for Sebastian in light blue Infinity. Yeah, it did talk about yes. And
did you see that?
That was Jessica Danielle's the video on there that she made of the dispatch, the first 11-hour dispatch of the case. Like it literally shows them in dispatch talking about the search for Sebastian. So it does break down the first 11 hours of the timeline of when law enforcement went out and started searching for him. And if you listen to it, they're clearly looking at it as he's a runaway.
Well, maybe I missed that because I listened to that. I watched that. I like her stuff, and I watched that, and I don't remember hearing that. So I'm gonna go back and watch it again.
She definitely did touch up on that. But yeah,
I don't know. I still think there's a window there. There's a window there of something that happened, and part of it too is, like I said, his mother. I don't know how she even found out about it so quickly. Even if Chris called her, I mean, was she right around the corner? She can be there. Police were there within 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes, I don't think. She was already there. I don't know. Something about that just doesn't sit well with me. But anyway, I love everybody. I love you, and I hope that everybody's doing well. And pray for Sebastian.
Thank you,
and the family.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Donna, always calling in and being a voice for a lot of different people. And thank you for being one for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers here today. God bless you. Thank you, Donna. Donna, good phone call from Donna, 219-885-9693. What are your thoughts and opinions on KP knowing? Do you think that she or action here allegedly? Again, everything you hear here is allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true. 864, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing? I just wanted to state a couple of things that I think are facts, and there's 4 things. Number 1, Katie Trafford is the last person that saw Sebastian.
Nice to see you, Seth. Everybody, light the chat up. Green hearts. Seth in the building. Sebastian Army.
Hey.
Keep talking. We're here. I'm listening to you.
Okay, so we've got 4 facts for sure. Number 1, Katie Trafford was the last person to see Sebastian alive or at all.
Right.
Number 2, we all know Seth was at work on cameras. Number 3, we know that he was seen at Sebastian was seen at Texas Roadhouse. Number 4, we do not know where Chris Trafford was Sunday night until he had to check into work Monday morning. So the truth lies within Katie and Chris. Seth has been vigilant on searching for his child. We all know that Katie knows where Sebastian is, or is the only one that can help us with this. And it is up to her to figure out when she's going to come clean and let everybody know what's going on. period.
Yeah.
Those are facts. Those are not allegations. Those are not in our opinions. We all know that. We also do not know that Katie or Chris actually took a lie detector test. It's been said, but there's no proof been given. Am I correct?
It was a source that the guy that I seen say that he passed the TBI polygraph test. Again, I don't know who he knows that would have told him Chris passed it,
but it's rumor.
Yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. I definitely look at it as rumor. I don't look at it as it's confirmed 100% that he took it. I don't.
Yes, it's totally rumor. So I just wanted to lay those facts out and let everybody know, because there's so many things going around by so many YouTubers. Those are the facts. And what the facts and the truth lies really with Katie. Katie is the one that knows what's going on. And, it's up to Katie to break and finally come to Jesus and have a come to Jesus meeting and be open and honest with everybody, period, in my opinion. And I thank you for your time, and I wish you well, and thank you. I enjoy your show.
Thank you. And I appreciate you bringing those facts here to us today and just bringing us back to reality. I appreciate you. God bless you. Thank you for being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We won't stop. We want to know.
God bless you.
He is. Point blank, period.
Thank you.
God bless you, man. I appreciate her. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to jump into this real quick, right? And this is kind of what I was working on with the docuseries. And we all know the morning of February 26th, it started like any other day for the Proudfoot family of Hendersonville, Tennessee, right? But what awaited them was a nightmare they could have never imagined. Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old boy with high-functioning autism, had vanished without a trace from his home. The search for Sebastian has spanned over a week, with state and local authorities deploying helicopters, drones, and search and rescue teams. But despite their efforts, there was no sign of finding the missing teenager. Sebastian has not been seen in person or on camera since his disappearance on 26th of February. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, and stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, spoke to the media for the first time Monday, March 4th, 8 days after he went missing. Why so long? Why 8 days? Miss Proudfoot told that the family went to sleep at their home in Hendersonville that night before he vanished. But when they woke up on the morning of the 26th of February, he was gone. When Miss Proudfoot found her son's bed empty, she called her husband, who was at work. "I can't find him," she said. And when he asked, "What do you mean you can't find him?" she replied, "He's not in the house." Miss Proudfoot said she searched the entire house but couldn't find him. "My son doesn't run away, and he's not a runner. He's never run away before," she said, addressing the possibility that he could have wandered off. "I don't know why he walked out that door." A massive search has been underway for Sebastian for we're at about 6 weeks now, or 2 months. We're coming up on 2 months in 3 days? So again, there's been a massive search underway for about 2 months now, as state and local authorities utilize helicopters, drones, and search and rescue dogs. Authorities even blasted his favorite song, "Eye of the Tiger," while searching in different areas to try to call out for him, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office said. The couple has received backlash for not speaking out earlier, to which they say they shouldn't be judged because no one knows what they are going through. You don't know, and I don't wish you to ever know, they said. Just be kind to people. It's just that simple. There's answers to questions right now that we are searching for desperately, and we just don't have that, his stepfather added. Sebastian's mother, who said she is just hoping to bring her son home safely, had a message for him. "We love you so much. We want you to come home, and you're not in trouble," she said. "I just want my baby to be okay." On Saturday, the 23rd of March, the volunteer organization, the United Cajun Navy, announced it was deploying a team to aid in the search for Sebastian. In a post on Facebook, the group said it was working with local officials and urged those interested in the case to be patient when asking for new information. In a report Tuesday, the 26th of March, the director of the Sumner County's Emergency Operations Center, Ken Wiedner, he said that from the ponds to homes to woodland, hundreds of people have been scouring the area. Katie explained that evening that her son took out the trash at the end, and this is the big part here for me. Katie explained that evening that her son took out the trash to the end of the driveway, as was his usual chore, and then around 9 p.m. he was told to go to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard a thud, and I was like, I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep, Miss Proudfoot recalled on the channel. At 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning, and that's when he was not there. In a further interview released on the 25th of March, Miss Proudfoot said that she believed someone had taken her son. Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, also spoke that Monday night after that, explaining that he had not had contact with the Proudfoots in around 2 weeks. He also said he was not giving up in hope in finding his son, and that he has been spending several days searching for him, which we know that's true. We know that's a fact. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI, originally issued an endangered child alert for Sebastian on the morning of the 26th of February. On the 27th of February, the alert was elevated to an Amber Alert based on additional investigative information developed during the search. An Amber Alert is issued when when there is reasonable belief by law enforcement that an abduction has occurred and the child is in imminent danger or serious bodily injury or death, according to the DOJ. And why is this being treated like he's a runaway? In a sense, because that's what it seems like. Now, the private investigator involved in the case has uncovered a few new leads, including footage from rain cameras or a rain cam showing Sebastian dropping the trash into a bin outside, returning inside, and lights coming on and off in his room, suggesting he did not leave the house at that time. PI, or the light was on in his room. PIs are also researching the sex offenders in the area. What she did, I thought was, it piqued my interest when she said that there was one that she was checking into like a mile away from the house, or maybe even closer. Right. So they're definitely researching sex offenders in that area. Now, there's been a bunch of anonymous tips being sent in. I see that. And then the efforts to connect the Chief Center for Missing Persons with local law enforcement for assisting in the search are underway. Sebastian's PlayStation and belongings have been taken away by law enforcement for investigation, including potential connections to other locations like his father's house and local hangouts. Authorities have used thermal imaging inside the home and are investigating potential scent trails to nearby areas, which I don't know what was false and what wasn't at this point. And again, yesterday I was asking, what the is a false hit? How could you get a false hit? The Proudfoot family, along with volunteers and professionals, continue to hold hope for Sebastian's safe return, pleading for any information that could lead to finding him. And I feel like Seth is leading that. Seth leads that search. But I just wanted to read that. Go back over it. I'll open the lines back up, 219-885-9693. But damn, when you look at this story, there's so many holes in it. Because Katie is the last one to see Sebastian. She's with Sebastian. They're out to eat that night. They come home. She says he takes the trash out around what? 9, around the end of the driveway. He is seen. Law enforcement says it's him, ladies and gentlemen. They're not saying it's the boogeyman. They're saying it's Sebastian that took that trash out. 901, what's going on? You live. 901, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so I was just wondering if does anybody think that he is in Memphis?
I mean, I don't know if anybody thinks he's in Memphis, but that's definitely talked about for sure.
Do you know if they've searched?
I don't know if they searched. Absolutely not.
I'm just curious because I actually live over by Memphis, and there's helicopters out. So I was just curious if they were looking in that area or what was going on. I mean, it could honestly be anything, because it's Memphis. But there is
helicopters are out where?
In Memphis right now.
Oh,
like hell of them, a bunch.
Is it close to an area that is related?
They're scattered. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's throughout Memphis. They're scattered, like they're searching. So that's why I was wondering if it was related. I mean, it might not be, but I was just curious if it is.
I'm looking. I got my flight radar pulled up right now. I'm checking in the area. What's going on? What are we talking about? What choppers are in the sky?
I'm in Covington, Tennessee, but my ex works in Memphis, and he just sent me a picture about like 45 minutes ago, and he's like, "Do you know why there's so many helicopters out?" And there was like 6 in one picture, but all
I see a
throughout
Metro
the area.
Nashville. I see a Metro Nashville Police Department helicopter flying in circles out here, but where he's searching at is like yeah, there's
this was over Memphis.
I don't
Nashville's pretty far from me.
That's the only helicopters I'm seeing in this area.
Huh. So I wonder what it is, because it was about 45 minutes ago he sent me the picture.
Interesting.
And he said there was like 6 of them.
Hmm.
Also, I saw your number is Gary, Indiana. I actually lived in Gary for a while.
Gary? I ain't never lived in Gary.
Yeah.
Life.
Oh, your number comes up as Gary, Indiana.
Oh, that's weird. I've never lived in Gary a day in my life.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it says when I called. I was like, dang, I used to live over there too. But I'm by Memphis now, and that's why I was curious about Memphis.
So people need to stop and think about today, or people need to stop and think about this. Today marks 1,000 days that Michael Vaughn has been missing, and Brandy is still crying, talking about him. Katie's, what's your excuse? Yaya's World said. The Michael Vaughn story is crazy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That story is wild. And thank you, by the way, Yaya, for the support to the channel. I do believe that the answers lie with KP. She has to know because he's with her. I mean, come on now. It's not rocket.
I don't doubt it.
He either one got abducted by a ghost that flew him from the top of his house and busted him through the top of the roof, and they flew out of there, or no cameras capture any vehicles taking him from taking him out of the property.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's no why is there no camera showing any vehicles that come by picking him up or anything like that?
Yep, I don't doubt it one bit. She knows.
I mean, that's where I'm at with it. It's like, I think Katie, just come out and tell the people what happened. What was going on that night, allegedly.
Yep.
Tell the people. I mean, I'm just an opinion, but I'm here to keep Sebastian's face in front of everybody. I'm here to talk with all of you about this case because it just blows my fucking mind on how law enforcement is doing absolutely jack shit. It feels like they're not doing nothing. It feels like they're leaving not only Seth, but everyone in the family hanging on any type of answer whatsoever, to the fact that the man has to go and hire PIs to try to get information because he wants to know where his son is.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
But I was just curious about the Memphis theory because I have hope, and I was kind of hoping they were out searching for him. I mean, it really could have been anything, but I was hoping. I don't know. He could be anywhere.
The more
I mean, somehow, some way he could be in Memphis. I mean, I highly doubt it, but they were in the area. But that's all I had a question about. I was just curious if anybody thought if he could be in Memphis. That's just a theory I hadn't heard. So,
yeah, I've heard some theories about Memphis too. I really have, because his truck or whatever was parked on the job site there, and I also heard some things about clocking
and the water is right there,
clocking into work and then clocking back right. I don't know. There's just a lot of weird things going on in this story and inconsistencies right in front of our face, and even qualified homicide investigators, people who train homicide investigators, and even other people of other areas of expertise are saying a lot of what we're saying too. So it just validates for me. But somebody I watched last night opened my eyes up majorly to the fact that KP knows and invited CP with the 3-hour phone call, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Bing bang.
And that's what gets me.
That's what I'm thinking. But I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for telling us about the Memphis thing. I don't know. I don't see no helicopters out there now, but wow, that's
I have hope. You know, I had hoped that they were out searching for him, but
I hope so too, because he really needs it.
he needs to be searched everywhere. I mean, let's be honest, he could be anywhere, and I think that a lot of places should be being searched.
Agreed.
But thank you for having me.
You're welcome. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Thank you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I don't know about Memphis. I'm looking at the flight radar right now, and again, I do not see anything flying besides in Nashville. There's a helicopter in Nashville searching. But why would they be, they're not searching for him in this area. 678. It's never too late. You were live. Talk to me.
How you doing, T-REV? It's Andrea.
Yeah, Sebastian's Army. Talk to us.
Let's go. I mean, I know you're frustrated, upset, and showing emotion, and you deserve to do that because when you get to this point, everything seems suspicious. I want to talk about that photo you were talking about earlier where it looks like he's leaning in to Seth.
Mm-hmm.
He is. His body language is that, but it's a body language, and I'm going to take note of that it's aggressive. Even though Seth was adamant that, oh no, we were working together, that is exactly the body language that is of a typical narcissist. It's either back a little ways with their arms closed as if your shit don't make sense immediately. It's like a very arms crossed across your chest, looking at you like, suspicious of everything coming out of your mouth. Or it's talking right up in your face. And that's the explanation of the body language. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm a little PO'd. I'm almost ready to come out of retirement on this case, but I'm like, no! Every time I look at my notes, it's like, and I've been calling in since this all started, and I was the first one that I don't want to say I was the first one, but it was very much in the beginning because I wrote down my dates and everything, and it was at the end of March when I started suspecting Katie, and it's just like every time I get to the end of notes, I give a little theory, and her name is in it consistently, and it's always based on her complacency, her past, her body language.
Right. So keep crying. Keep going. You're good.
I'm sorry.
I said, Sosa, why are you crying? Sosa, come here, Sosa.
Is that your puppy?
He was crying at the damn door. He's all right though. He wanted to go out. I'm good. I'm here. You can keep going.
All right. Well, in my opinion, in that beginning, I was like, it's complacency because this has been going on a very long time. Let's not forget that. I mean, Sebastian was diagnosed very early. He was SA'd at 7. He's 15. That's more than half his life. There was definitely a program. People were vested. He was taking medicine. There were doctors. There were teachers. All of that.
Right.
You can't just. So, but I'm going to add to that just to put a little suspicion, even though I'm going to try and stay neutral today.
Lisa said, I don't think Katie was ever interrogated.
I don't think she was either. And I think that none of her stuff makes sense. And
Andrea,
none of her story.
You're not going to interrogate something that you're not looking at as a crime. You know what I mean?
And I think it's because the way that her scenario started with all of her facts that she knew she heard the thud. She knew he wasn't there at that time. And, she didn't call 911. We know that. We know that she presented this whole thing as a runaway. That is why Ellie were confused. Because when I listened to the dispatch, because I got a hold of it from very beginning to end, and I listened to it for 11 hours.
Yeah.
Back and forth. I didn't sit there for 11 hours, but I listened to the whole 11 hours without anyone interjecting or giving an interview. And to me, they were searching and they had good, solid clues.
Yeah.
I mean, they were running plates. There was some kid running around with a bag on his head. I mean, they were checking everything. I know that, they were not very smart. They were still very ignorant in their speech and stuff. However, going back to where people were vested in this child's life, there's still a way to, I'm going to calm down and take a breath a minute. There's still a way to do DocuSign and electronic signatures and still have things passed where you can, let's just put up a scenario. You want to put your kid in a program and you need 3 signatures of the guardians. The 2 guardians show up with an already signed signature because the bio dad lives so far away. We had to do it this way. My husband did this to me back in our life. You know, I mean, that's why things got messed up for me, is these electronic signatures. And that was hard to fight. It was hard to fight. Yeah. And also I'm gonna, I don't know if you know that, sorry, I had to let my dog out too. How weird is that? Sadie. Have you heard of Penny Payne? This is Katie's, because it's been so hard to find anything on Katie's family.
Yeah, nothing.
And you've heard of Penny Payne, her aunt? I know you're just busy and distracted.
No, I've heard it. I've heard that name 100%.
So
multiple times.
Yeah, she's the chairman of this autism network that has all these facilities around Fredericksburg, Virginia. And she's Katie's aunt. I mean, I don't know. I just think that maybe I'm going to stick to my original. Here's my 3 theories that I wrote down from the end of March until now. And it was Katie's being paid to shut up. And they're telling her to only tell the truth, which are, he never ran away, which is her own truth in her mind to believe her scenario. I heard a thud. I was on the phone. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And when you hear their language and you take everything out of it, and you hear Chris say 100 times, you know, it's 3 from door to door. It's 3 hours and 37 minutes. Like, who frickin' says that stuff? Nobody. They say it's about 4 hours. It's in Memphis. I don't know, a few hours. You know, they don't say that. And then I'll remind you that, you know, they are adamant that he never ran away. And then Chris is all boasting about how, well, he always wanted to be a ninja. That's what he gets now. He Houdini'd. Poof, he's gone. So give me a break.
They keep talking about bring the dogs to the construction company. Tiffany says that every single stream.
Right. Right. And there were also a lot of tornadoes and stuff and devastation that happened in January. So there's tons of places that were being burned and constructed, and yeah.
It's crazy.
There's a whole project that the family was working on by the dam, which is pretty, you know, close to that area. It's just, you know, there's so many avenues and so many places and so many things that I've investigated. And I don't know. I wanted to call in and just say, I love you and I love your energy. And I know it's getting frustrating, but just keep it up. Rev Gang strong. Team Sebastian is the deal.
Yeah.
We're praying.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. Wayne Drake Rogers here today and keeping it up. Keeping on being a voice for this little boy, because again, he was last seen with KP. That's what we do know. And he was last seen taking that trash out to the end of the driveway and going back inside, never to seen to come back out. Again, Andrea, thank you so much for being a voice here for Sebastian. We appreciate you. God bless. Shout out to Andrea. 219-885-9693. I want to hear from the people. Where is your frustrations at? Tiffany says they need to search this construction site every single day. Tiffany, 681, you were live. Talk to me.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing? $209. What's on your mind? Can you hear me? I can't hear. I can't hear. Are you there? It went blank. 219-885-9693. I don't know what happened to those two, but silent. 903, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing?
Hi, T-REV.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you. Is Seth still online?
Seth's always listening.
Okay. The other night, I think it was Saturday night, there was a lady that came on and she told you about this medium Her name is Sarah. And I'm going to tell you something. I could not stop listening. It is just unreal of what Sebastian told her.
Mm-hmm.
Even they went to the restaurant with the stinky fish. She didn't know what he had to eat, but he said he kept calling it stinky fish, and he had an orange drink. But they didn't ever go home. His mama told him that he was going to get to go home, but he didn't get to go home. They met up with some guy named John, which is apparently a friend of Chris. And there's another gentleman named Paul. And he even described the man. The man had an ugly, ugly nose, like a pug's nose.
Is this from a psychic? This from a psychic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there was a guy named John.
And
he had a crooked nose.
But he said he wasn't at home and mad. His mama was mean. Chris was mad. They wanted me to take that medicine, that blue pill. They wanted him to take that pill. And he fought them, but he was not at home.
A blue pill?
A blue pill.
Damn.
And he didn't want to, and it was a sleeping pill, but he didn't want to take it. So she put him in a chokehold. This is what it says. And he's not at home. He's out in an area. They got him out of the trunk. And he started to run. And said his mama grabbed him by the neck and choked him. And then he went out. But he said these other gentlemen, one was already digging the hole. And it was unreal. And he talked about his daddy. She said, Sebastian, because she has a child that has autism.
Right.
So she talked to him like, so he could understand. And she said, what would you like to say about your daddy?
Right.
And he said, my daddy loves me.
Damn.
But I'm going to tell you, it was the most, and it just, you knew it. It's just like you could see what they did. And he said, I can't see, but I'm by a tree, but he's in a box. And he can't, he's choking. He can't breathe. But they said that's where they would find him. And then all of a sudden she said her throat and her face was on fire. She had to turn the air conditioner on. Or almost had to quit because it felt like she was on fire.
What?
Then I thought about, you remember the fire at the Chris's family area, the D? Remember they had a fire there? But he says it's by a river.
Who is this coming from? Who is this coming from?
Her name is Sarah.
Because you know what? It's like, it's, man, it's so hard to hear sometimes because I see these psychics coming out and I've went and watched a few videos. You got Cleo, Patricia, Ronnie, and Ricky, and Todd, and Jimmy, and Don. But all 9 of them got different stories. So which one is right?
I know, but the way she knew the new blue pill. Remember, they said he got a new pill, a sleeping pill, and he said that Chris got mad because he wasn't going to take the pill. And he kept saying, I have to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom.
Chris was at work, right?
Apparently, John was the one that she supposedly met. And then they followed him to where Chris was at. There are 4 people. He said there are 4 people. And they all had their own jobs to do. That's what he said.
I get it. My thing is this with the psychics is I've went and listened to some that people were like, man, this is so interesting. You got to check it out. And I went and listened. And as I'm listening through a couple of these stories, I'm hearing each one have a different you know, different things that they're saying about him that it's like, damn, which one is true?
I know.
He was
That's
put in
me
a
too.
tree, or he's in a sewer, and now he's he's in construction under concrete. I know he's in. If you go and look at the area and you look at, it's just I've heard so many different things from these psychics, and now I'm just, you know, I'm realizing
I believe he's
some
right
of them are
there.
bullshit. Some of them don't know what they're talking about, and some of them aren't psychics.
I'm telling you, there was something so you felt it because I mean, it was her by herself. No cards, no tarot cards. She had the candle, the sage, and he was very, very offish. He just, it's like he's scared, and he's defending himself. I mean, he says, "Mom, mean, mean, mean," but Daddy loves him. That's what he said. I just thought, you know what? Maybe Seth, just go in there and just listen to her.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's already listened to it. He's been sent so many different things from them, and the problem is every single one of them are saying check, or this is what you need to go, or I know exactly where he's at. But if you knew where he's at, why? And you tell them, and they go and check, and it's nothing. There's nothing. So it's like, I don't know. You know, there's a lot
because the cops are involved. The cops are involved.
There's a lot of misleading. There is some misleading psychics out there that are fake and not even.
I believe. I know. I know.
You know what I mean? So we got to be careful.
Yeah, I
I
understand. I really, but I'm telling you, it was the most peaceful. This woman didn't put on no. I hear
you. I hear you. I mean, they could.
I just think.
Don't let that fool you, though.
I won't.
Pay attention to the details and what comes out, and then go back and and tell your mind. That'll tell you.
That's what
was that.
And now that's what he said. Remember, he got new shoes. Remember?
Yeah, I hear just something about that, right? But
the new shoes.
We'll see.
She didn't let him take the new shoes. They took the shoes off of him. He couldn't have his shoes. He's barefoot.
We'll see. We'll see. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Watch out with some of these people, though, because you got to be careful.
I really do.
There's fake people that fake see things.
I can tell.
You know, you got to be careful. I'm not saying that all because I've met some legit psychics. I do want to put that out there, but that's not legit telling someone he's in this area here, this area, and then you got 9 different stories from 9 different psychics about where he is, and none of them they're all.
I think she was just.
I appreciate you.
Thank
you so much.
Okay, thank
God
you.
bless you, man. Always. You always got a voice here. Thank you. Stay vigilant and lock your doors too. 219-885-9693. I don't even want to tell you about the psychic stuff that I was watching last night before I went to sleep, and hearing all these different stories about where he's at. Each one of them had a different story about where Sebastian is. Really? And the way that he got killed, allegedly, according to them. It's super weird. It honestly is. 937 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, T. How's it going? This is Max and Macy from Ohio.
How are you doing? Shout out to you from Ohio. Calling in. And you hung up right away. 813, you're on with me. Talk to me. She hung up. Damn, there's a lot of people calling it. Or is it hanging up on people? I think she hung up on herself. Awful. You said make her stop. Absolutely. Don't what? Please stop with this, please. You can't stop nobody. I mean, she's gonna say what she's gonna say. People are gonna say what they want to say, right? 681, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV. How are you?
I'm hanging in there talking to you right now. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. A little while ago, I got disconnected. But I think that Katie knows where he's at. She's the last person to see him. I mean, where could it be next? Katie knows where he's at. I mean, that's how I feel. I mean, it just blows my mind. Where could the 15-year-old go? And don't they have TBI working on the case now?
Say what?
Don't they have TBI working on the case now?
Yeah, they're assisting. But Sumner County is holding this. TBI is assisting them.
Okay. And they're still at the new.
I mean, they're definitely helping in the case, but they're definitely not running it. And no, there's nothing new.
Okay.
Besides from the other day when,
that's
some things were talked about. Yes, he did take the trash out to the end of the driveway and walk back inside to never seem to, come back out.
Okay. Okay. All right. I just wanted to call it. All right. I'll jump up here and let somebody else call in, but thank you, T-REV.
Yes, ma'am. You are welcome. I don't know. She must have been nervous. 219-885-9693. And lady, make sure you lock your door. Shout out to you. I don't know where you're from. Didn't hear it, but damn. Dang. 404, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T, it's me, Tiffany. How are you?
Tiffany, check the construction site.
Yeah, I know. Every day.
Check the construction.
And I'm talking about the second generation over there by the landfill is the one I'm talking about. I had a question to ask you. I was going back looking at the interviews, and when Sebastian went and hid up underneath the car of the neighbor, was that at nighttime?
That I don't know, but
okay. The reason why,
or at night like that, I don't know if it was day or night.
Because I'm trying to figure that out. Because the reason why I'm asking is if he was not a runner, why would he be hiding underneath the car? Was he locked out of the house? So I kind of took a breather, and I kind of, was thinking about something today. Now when you went on there yesterday and looked at the backyard, there's no cameras. I don't think there's like any neighbors with cameras in the very back of that house. So I was wondering, maybe was there an argument between them two to where, he's like, I'm going to go to my dad's, or, or whatever, or maybe they were locking him outside and he did wander off. The only thing is, I would think a camera up front would have caught him if they caught him with the trash can. But you know what I'm saying? Because if he wasn't a runner, by what she said, why would he be hiding underneath the car? Because I feel like Katie has the tendency to lie or tell half truths.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And she drops I feel like she's dropped a lot of hints in this case. And why would he be hiding underneath a car at a neighbor's house? Like, was he locked out? That's my biggest thing. Was he locked out? Do you have behavioral issues? Because, he is a teenager. He is smart. You know what I'm saying? Has there been some issues to where he, every person that has a blended family.
Right.
And then you have a teenager, because I have a blended family, and I've had my teenagers get mad and say, I'm going to go live with my dad, or I'm going to go live with my mom. And they walked out the door, and I'm like, okay, go. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect mom. Okay, go. And you kind of sit back and you wait, and let them calm down, and then come back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm wondering, did something like that happen? Did he get mad about something and was like, I'm going to my dad? You know what I'm saying? And he walked out that back door. I don't know. Maybe that's why they don't have him on camera. I don't know. Just that him being underneath the cars really got me trying to figure out, if he wasn't a runner, he wasn't a run away from home, why would he run to a neighbor's and hide underneath a car? I did just, it's not adding up. There's a lot of things in this case that's not adding up. And if he wasn't a runner and that came out of her mouth from the jump, why was he considered a runaway? Why was it automatically not considered a criminal investigation from the beginning? That's my question. So, but I'm always going to say something about the construction company. Something isn't, I don't know. I can't shake it. So we'll see. But thank you for what you're doing every day, and appreciate this family. And just to redeem myself from yesterday, because I really got a lot of really hate comments. I didn't like screen record your song. I was always listening to the end of your lives because I clean houses and I really get to mopping the floors really good. So I just wanted to be able to listen to it because I always make it go back. But when you drop it, let me know where I can buy them because I have no problem buying them. Just like I don't have a problem sending super chat. Yeah. I support you, man.
I appreciate you. Yeah, they're on.
I'm not out
all platforms. All platforms.
Well, I've got. Are you on Apple Music?
Everything.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'll put you. I'm a grandma over here, so I'm not the smartest. Okay. Well, you take care, T, and keep doing what you're doing.
You too. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. And check that construction company.
Every day. I'm going to say it every day, and we just gotta bring.
Somebody talk about that landfill fire too. Like I don't get it. But it was a facility. Yeah. I think it was a facility, right?
It was. It said that was a building that caught fire at that landfill, and that landfill is right down from Second Generation Construction Company. And I wish somebody would I wish we would know. Is that who Chris was working with? Was it his family's company that got that contract at St. Jude's? Or was he working with another company? Nobody has. I want to know that. I mean, because his mom works there.
Correct.
And I've said this before. I mean, an alibi with someone that your family with. I mean, how is that even credible? I mean, that's what I want to know. Is there a way? Is that public information? Do you know, T? Is that public information to be able to pull that up to who got that contract on St. Jude's?
It's a great question. Can you find out? Can we find out?
Was it Second Generation? Because if it was, then I mean that's his alibi, and then his mom works in the office,
right?
So, and then what are these people going to do? I mean, they're going to go ask people that work there, "Hey, was Chris working here today?" What are they going to do? Say no? If they got that big of a contract, they're going to say no about the family they work for. Then people ain't going to talk. Folks need money. Folks need money for groceries nowadays. People ain't going to be talking. I mean, they're going to stay out of it. And that's sad. It shouldn't be that way. But, some folks are just not going to get involved. So I'd like to know, did they get the contract on that? I don't know if they did or not. But it just smells funny. That whole situation smells funny to me. But I'm not going to hold up any more of your time.
No, you're good, Tiffany. Thank you. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Maybe we can look into it. That's why I drop it every day.
We have to. Yeah, no, I get it. So this construction company, we'll definitely have to do a little deep dive over there and see what we can find. But I appreciate you, Tiffany. Thank you for the support. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice here today again for Sebastian. Something's in the air in Tennessee. Shout out to her. KP knows the answers flat out, allegedly. KP knows the answers. She knows where allegedly. Knows what happened that night. 269, what's on your mind? Talk to me. 269, you there? 207, what's going on? Live.
This is Tyler.
What's going on, Kayla?
Okay, so I have a couple things. First off, I think when CP went to the visual and met up with Seth, I think he was there for a purpose. He wasn't there. He didn't just run into him. He went there on purpose, and his stance was a very aggressive stance. But then also, I just wish I was a fly on the top of his truck and listening what was going on. I don't know what was said, but I know whenever Seth came back and he said, that they were going to be working together, he was mad. He didn't say that like he was happy about it, or that finally this is happening. He was mad. I don't know if it was a visual they're trying to set up and stuff they were just told about it, or he just told stuff about it. I don't know. I just know that he was mad, in my opinion. But also, I mean, Katie, why have they not taken Katie in and questioned her for freaking 24 hours or something until she breaks? Because she knows something. Right. And even if it was an accident, the worst she's going to get is time for disposal of a corpse. Mm-hmm. You know, I mean, they would have to prove that she did something on purpose. But if it was an accident, she should just fess up and get it over with. There's a lot of money being spent out there looking for that child. And I really hope that they find him, you know, in good health. But she needs to tell people what's going on. She needs to just get out of her little bubble and fess up on what happened. Yep. So it's like a Ferris wheel with me, because one minute I'm like, well, you know, and then you shift to another area, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. And it's terrible. Like, there's so many people that are waking up looking for the news. Mm-hmm. They're listening to it all day. They're listening to it through the night. Absolutely. They go to sleep and they're having dreams, you know, like I had one dream, but anyway, that was a crazy dream, but, yeah, they just need to take her in and start questioning her. I know they haven't said this was a, criminal investigation, but why would they not? It doesn't make any sense. He's autistic. Even if he ran away, he's not going to know how to run away and hide for 2 months. Yeah, that's just not possible. I
feel like this: if they seen him leaving the residence, the police, why wouldn't they just put that out there? Hey, yeah, the same camera we seen him, you know, taking the trash out on. We seen him walking off on foot. There's nothing like that. Nothing.
No, there's not. I mean, I think TBI ought to at least have a presser and share something. Mm-hmm. People are just, there's millions of people looking out for this guy, you know, or praying for this guy. You know, there's something wrong with this little man that, you know, people, they're holding on hope, and we all are holding on hope. But mm-hmm. I don't know. It's almost 2 months, and it's kind of scary. But anyhow, I won't keep you. I'm starting to get sad, so I'm gonna get off the phone here.
No, you're good.
But
you're good.
We love you here. I mean, I'm sure I'm speaking for all of your subscribers. You're awesome.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna get off of here, but I love you guys.
Thank you. But like I said, and you made a great point. Why have they pulled her up in a room?
I think they questioned her at the house only.
Well, that means
I haven't heard anything about them taking her into an interrogation room.
Well, I mean, if you call and report, hey, he's ran away or he's gone, I woke up this morning, he was gone, and they go over all these certain things, they were treating it even on the dispatch call as if he ran away or walked off or went somewhere and this direction and this direction. Oh,
well, yeah, I mean,
there's this.
He's 15, and the mom's saying something like that might have happened. So why wouldn't? How would they believe anything else? But now it's going into 2 months. Mm-hmm. They should be looking somewhere else.
I think so too. Mm-hmm. I think so too. It's crazy. It don't make sense. It really doesn't. Mm-hmm. Shit doesn't make sense whatsoever.
I know TBI, they got to get it together, or they need to get a new team.
Sumner County just needs to hand it over to whoever and let whoever's the head running this. You don't got reach out to these resources.
Let Davidson County take care of it. I mean, Davidson County's got it together. That's Nashville. And you know, when they had that police that school shooting there at that Christian school, they ran right in there, and that was taken care of within minutes when they got there. They didn't wait around for, what was it, 70 minutes or whatever for them to figure out a plan while other kids were being injured.
Right.
Or worse. So they should let Davidson County take over, because I guarantee you they have a good staff.
Let's see.
Or be taught, you know, give them lessons or whatever, what they should do. And I think the first thing they really need to do at this point is drag her into the interrogation room, keep her there for hours and hours and hours, because, you know, they wear down, you know, and eventually they break. That's what happens in a lot of interrogations, you know, whenever, well, I mean, not every interrogation, but a lot of women, they just can't hold it together after so long. Well, even men, but that's what they need to do. Yeah, that's what I think.
I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice.
Yes,
for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, as always. God bless you for doing that.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. 219-885-9693. KP. Was he taking? I don't know. Saying that he possibly was taking out the garage. Was there a car parked in the garage? That's a good question. 615, you're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Rose from Tennessee.
How are you doing?
I'm good. My thought is, if all these psychics are coming in with all these stories, which they shouldn't be, because nobody needs the stress of thinking their child is not here. But if they're coming in with all these stories, if Sebastian is contacting them through some kind of whatever they do, wouldn't they all get the same story? I mean, it's the same boy.
That's what you would think.
That's what I would think. And they're all getting different stories, different whereabouts, and none of them make sense. I mean, not to me. I mean, I'm not saying anything against them. I'm just saying, if they all, you know, if they're all getting the same, if they're all talking to the same child, why isn't he saying all the same stuff, like what happened and who was mad, and you know, they get different psychics get different stories, and I don't see how that happens. I never have, but anyway, it's not that I'm saying anything against them. And another thing is, if they would get Chris and Katie alone, away from each other, and have interviews, we may get some information some way. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think? Do you think they should be together every time they do an interview, or every time they? I know that they're not together when they question them. They weren't together, but I mean, on these interviews, they're always together, and he's always side looking her. And I know I was in an abusive marriage one time, and that's the way he would do me when I was going to answer somebody, and he didn't want me to say anything. He'd give me a look. Anyway, I just think if they were separated in some of this stuff, maybe things would go a little faster. What do you think?
Yeah, I get it. What about these affairs? What about the neighbors talk, or a neighbor talking about the affair across the street? Does that have any motive here?
I don't think so. I don't.
Allegedly,
you know, I'm friends with I was friends with my friend, and we talked a lot on the phone, but I introduced him to my cousin, and he married my cousin. You know, I'm married. I wouldn't have any. I mean, maybe that's just a friend she talked to, but I'm not going to accuse her of having an affair just because. I mean, how did he know? How did that neighbor know? Were they there looking in their windows? I mean, you have to be careful what you accuse people of. And I'm not accusing psychics of being all crazy, but I'm just saying if they're talking to the same child, then they would get all the same message. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
100% about that. You definitely be getting the same message or around the same exact thing that happened. You definitely, it wouldn't be, you know, he's over here or he's out of the state, he's in Alaska. I've heard so many different ones where it's like, what the, you see where it's getting confusing?
Right. And you can't, I wouldn't put anything out there that's not true. Exactly. I just wouldn't, because it only hurts Seth. It only hurts him, or it only hurts a family. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Don't say something that's not true. I mean, you can have your opinion. I know that, but don't just right now say something that's not true. And I don't know these people. I don't know any of them, but I just know how it feels to be in that.
Ask you a question though. When you're looking at this and you're here, what, 56, 57 days in, and there's not one confirmed sighting of Sebastian anywhere. Not one.
I don't understand it. I don't know how he disappeared. I'm not accusing anybody of being involved in his disappearance, but he's somewhere. Somebody knows something. I mean, it don't make any sense. And I know the police. I know the police and I know all the police stations. I have a police officer in my family, and they're just saying, hey, we can't let the public know everything we know. You know, we can't do that, or we'll never find him. You know, so they don't want, whoever did this, they don't want them to know what they know. And I understand that. But they could come on and say, hey, the investigation is coming along. We've gathered a lot of information, you know, and just ease the public's mind a little bit that they are working, and I know they're working. I see them out in my area all the time. Yesterday I saw like a whole slew of police officers heading in that direction, but I can't say that they're not doing anything. I wish they would do more. I wish they would come and tell us something, but that's up to their investigation. And I'm sorry. I know everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I respect that. No, and I respect you. And as always, I appreciate what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words. But I agree. I agree with everything that you're saying about with the psychics, and you're hearing these different stories. And when we come across, when I started to watch these videos last night, I started getting frustrated. Second video in already, I'm like, this woman had this story. I'm seeing this, and then I get to the next one, and it was, well, he's in Alaska, and it was just why, like, I don't even. It just started to infuriate me because, again, like you said, if you are a real psychic, wouldn't you all see the same or see some of, you know, something?
You're talking to the same boy.
Exactly. It would be it would match up. The stories wouldn't be 50 different stories.
I mean, I heard one of them say that she had a friend named John that took him to Chris. I mean, I heard one of them said that her friend John took him to Chris in Memphis, and he's in Memphis. I mean, it's. I don't want to listen to any of them. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Oh, we get it.
I want to listen. I want to listen to information. I want to listen to proof.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
All day long.
Yes.
Thank you for calling it. Where are you calling it from?
I live 2 exits down from Hendersonville. I'm calling in from Goodlettsville.
So you live right by where Sebastian went missing.
Exactly. Wow. And all the police are out in all the areas. I even saw sheriff's vehicles out today when I was headed in that direction. So I know that they're still searching and they're still trying. And so are people. You know, people are still searching, and Seth is still searching. And I don't know if Chris and Katie are, but I hope they are, but if they're not, then they should be ashamed. They should be ashamed of themselves. That's Katie's son.
Agreed.
So they should be ashamed if they're not out there looking for that child. So I don't know. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't trust all these stories that people are bringing in about psychics, because they're not all saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if they were talking to the same person, they'd be saying the same thing.
Yeah.
It don't make sense.
Agreed.
But that's my opinion. As always, I love you and God bless you. I'm glad that you're still letting everybody have their opinion.
Absolutely.
Thousands of people.
Absolutely. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian. Keep your eyes peeled. You're in the local community. Keep your eyes
I will.
God bless you.
I
Man.
will. You too.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you so much. Sweet caller, 219-885-9693. She made some great points. Definitely making some great points. She said the cops are out there everywhere. The cops are out there. 502, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
T-REV, what's up, brother?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Just, talking to you guys. Talking to y'all right now, man. KP, she knows where he's at. What's going on, allegedly?
She does. That's the truth. That's the truth, allegedly. But, hey, real quick, I see the Atlanta Braves hat on. I need a home run dinger right now. Let me know who it is.
You need a what?
I need a home run dinger. Who's it going to be? Who's playing the home run tonight?
Who's playing what? Who what tonight?
I see you got the Atlanta Braves hat on.
All day. Been a Braves fan since I was a baby boy.
That's right. So what I'm asking you is who's going to hit the home run tonight?
Oh, Acuna. I mean, we got Acuna, Albies, you got Olsen, you got a little bit of everybody that's smoking the ball right now. Ozuna.
That's right.
I don't know. They all are cranking homers right now, so it's hard to pick, brother.
You're right. You're right.
You're right. I'm a big Braves fan. Always have been a Braves fan. I played baseball when I was a boy. I've always been athletic, so.
That's right. That's what's up.
Yeah,
all right, so I'm gonna drop 100 on Ozuna, right? He's on fire. He's on fire. So we're going on Ozuna. Anyway, I mean, let me ask you something. What do you think about Seth's comment the other day? It was last night or the night before about how they're coming together, united, and they're gonna do it together, and then he tells everybody to fuck off. I'm sorry.
Correct. No, you're good. It's an adult show. If you know.
Cool. But like, what's up with that? Like, I mean,
he was
he went off
people to fuck off. Now, some people didn't understand or get why he said that. He's just saying to push the egos to the side, and he wants to find his son, and if it's them coming together and he has to go team up with them to find out more answers, then so be it. He's willing to do it. Fuck off to the naysayers that have a problem with it. I think it was more of that, and then you got to also think the night before and the day he was going through some stuff where somebody said that they were holding his son, like literally holding his son, and that they wanted him. So he also was dealing with that too. So I can't put myself in his shoes. I could try to and look at it from the outside looking in and be like, well, damn, I'd be pretty mad too. So somebody toying around like that, that guy's got so many emotions running through his mind, and screw making excuses for him. I'm not making excuses, but as a person who's held conversations with Seth Rogers on the phone, for an hour at a time, 40 minutes at a time, this at a time, during each phone call, that's who he is. That's the type of guy he is. He's a humorous dude that always keeps his humor, but wears his heart on his sleeve and talks a certain way. And some people don't like it. I get it. It is what it is.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. And to be honest with you, I would probably be the same way, right? I would, regardless of how bad I hated my ex-wife or whatever it is, if I thought she did something with it, fuck it. Let's do it. Let's get together. Let's figure it out. But, at the same time, I'm like, wow, why keep coming on these social media and talk? I mean, there's so many different angles that he's going at this. And I'm like confused that, like, where he's going with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know, he went from, you know, attacking Chris and saying, you know, all this sexual assault shit, and from here to there to, I mean, it's just like, where are we going with this? Are we accusing somebody? Are we not accusing somebody? Do we want to find Sebastian? Do we not? I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I'm getting side angled.
I'm glad you're bringing that up. Let's see. He's just focusing on Sebastian. Nothing else matters. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not even working right now. He's busting his ass to try to find Sebastian and literally hiring PIs, etc., with the support from everybody who was showing support, which there's a lot of us that are. So,
right.
You know, he had to even hire a PI to find out more information about if Sebastian was really seen at the house or not. It seems like the PI may have gotten those answers. I don't know if you actually heard the lie, but it was on Surviving the Survivor, and she said specifically that, what was it? I have the note here. She said specifically that he was seen taking the trash, and I've said this a million times, but that should help you understand that he was at home.
Right, for sure.
In case the police are absolutely wrong and Seth didn't see the footage that they are seeing or that they have showed him, because what Seth was showed, he said it was too grainy to tell if it was his son.
Exactly.
But somebody told me the other day and just emailed me this, and I don't know if this is true or not because I have not watched this channel, but someone said that Seth specifically said that, oh, that's not what he said on this channel. He said that that was the mannerisms of his son. Did you hear that anywhere?
No, I didn't. The only thing that I've heard about the flashlights, other than what you just said, is that he watched the video and that the time on the video never changed. So it was, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just a long video somebody took on their cell phone, which I don't understand that either.
Right.
But yeah, that is pretty wild. What you just said. That opens some eyes.
Yeah, man.
But at the same time, I've also heard this. You know, this PI is like it wasn't she on like a TV show? She's a star, some kind of TV show. So, I mean, do we know if she's really a private investigator, or is she just out for clicks and views?
Well, I definitely know that she's a private investigator just from looking at the things that I was looking at.
I haven't looked into it, so I was just asking that question.
No, I get you. Definitely ask questions.
Yeah, for sure. So
I got you.
That's all I got, T-REV. I appreciate you taking my call, brother.
Absolutely, brother. Anytime. You a Braves fan too?
Well, I wasn't. Look, I'm from Kentucky, and I've been traveling back and forth to Atlanta, so I've been going to a lot of these Braves games. Man, they're fun. It's a good time. So
it is.
That's where I'm headed. So it'll be a good time.
It definitely is, brother. Thank you for calling in and being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, man. I don't know if we're gonna get any answers soon or not, but I'm praying for it. I'm praying for it.
Me too, brother. Me too.
I'm praying for answers. God bless you, brother. Thank you for calling in and being a voice, though. I appreciate that. Stay vigilant out there, man. Good phone call from him. 219-885-9693 said, blow this message up. Yes, Chris was at the Harley shop talking to the store manager while standing next to, what is this? In the next two, and then clutchier pearls and motorcycle, which now constitutes him as buying a new bike, but in reality, Chris was trying to organize a biker rally in 2 weeks. 978, it's never too late. You're live.
Hey, Trev. Alana, how are you? From Middle Tennessee.
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. So, the reason I'm calling you, I've done the trip to Yogi Bear Park and on Lake Horn, Mississippi, and I chatted with Pascal, super chatted him a couple chats back when Seth was on the line, and I had asked Seth, has Sebastian's medical, dental, eye, and vision insurance been checked to see if any claims have been submitted since he's been missing in the last 8 weeks, 6 weeks. Because if he's received medical treatment outside of the state of Tennessee, and let's just say a hospital, and I don't know, Washington, there could be claims on file that could tell Seth, oh, I don't know, Dr. Smith in Washington saw Sebastian, I don't know, on March 26th. And if there's open claims or dates of service after Sebastian went missing, that's a way to track him as well. I don't know if Seth has done that. I had saw him at the vigil that was 2 weeks ago, and he said he was working on it, that Sebastian had 2 health insurance. One was through his mother, and I don't know who the other was through, but he was going to track that down to find out if he had any treatment or if his prescriptions had been refilled at all at a different pharmacy outside the state of Tennessee. I don't know. I haven't heard anything. Obviously, they're not going to tell us that. But that's just was a thought, because I work for an insurance company, and that was because he has nothing else tracking him. No phone, didn't take anything, not even shoes, so Katie says. So I was just thinking, if he's received medical treatment or he's at one of these facilities that people are talking about, if they're billing his health insurance, there would be claims on file. And then, go ahead.
No, you're good.
And then I've listened to that Chronicles of Olivia interview with Chris and Katie at least 10 times, and at minute marker 3 minutes and 57 seconds, Katie mutters, "He's already," and then proceeds to say, "I was hysterical." Was she going to say, if Chris hadn't coughed there, he was already dead and I was hysterical? I don't know if that's been brought to anyone's attention.
I've heard it. I've heard almost everything you can hear out here. There's some things that I hear that I'm like, nah, I haven't heard that. But
and my other thing is, I had a tragedy in my own family where my sister murdered my infant brother.
God bless you.
And yeah, and we had stories like this. So the reason the police, along with others, brought charges was because my sister wasn't the first one to get into 911. She had called my mother hysterical, and my mother, being a nurse, started screaming, "You need to call 911." And my mother hung up and called 911 and got in before my sister did. And they felt like she was hiding something. She was the last one with the child. The accident, she said he fell out of the crib, which I didn't buy. But anyway, she was the last one with him, and that was her story. He fell out of the crib. Why didn't she call 911 first? Instead, she called my mother. Why didn't Katie call 911 first? I understand LE, they're outside of city limits. But it seems with these mothers that when they're in the wrong or suspected in the wrong, they never call 911 first. They call their mother, their husband, who have, anyone but the person.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. If you go into a room to wake up, who you wake up every single day, and he's not there, and you look around the house, he's not there, you would think instantly 911.
Exactly. That's my point. Why would you be calling
Chris? Excuse my language, but
exactly. Why the fuck would you be calling Chris in Memphis 4 hours away? At the very minimum, why aren't you calling his father? And the decency not to let Seth be called by the biological mother at work. Okay, my sister did 8.5 years in prison. There were emergencies with her children while she was in prison that we had to get a hold of her immediately or get a message to her. Extenuating circumstances. And you literally call the prison, you ask to speak to the captain, and you say, "This is an extreme emergency. May I please get a message to inmate so-and-so. Katie or Chris could have called Davidson County Jail and said, this is, Seth's ex-wife, there's been an emergency with his son. Could you please connect me? And guarantee you that they would have connected her or got Seth on the line or given Seth a message for her. Family comes first. Officers support officers, and, they would have stood behind Seth 100%. That's just my feeling. Like, why call Chris? I think that was a low blow to Seth not to pick up the phone and call his work. Chris sending him a message saying, call me 911. Come on. Because Seth would have got there and got out of work. I guarantee you they would have let him go. This is all, hindsight is 50-50, but they would have let him go if there was an emergency with his son. And that's why I feel the finger points right back at Katie, because she didn't call 911 first. She didn't call Seth. And as I said, all these mothers who do things to their children don't call the authorities first. They call everyone but that. And my other thing is, I did take a ride out to Yogi Bear campground in Lake Horn, Mississippi. And I did have lunch and dinner at 2 restaurants there, and I did hang flyers. And when I gave the flyers of Sebastian, they don't know he's a missing child from Tennessee. One of the restaurants, called Huey's, they asked if they could have 2 flyers to put on the inside and outside. And they said, oh, how long has he been missing? And I said, well, he's been missing since the end of February, and we don't know anything. We hadn't heard anything. So if, in the slight chance Chris did come home, he's out there towards Memphis and Mississippi, because Sebastian's case still hasn't got to those places. I am home in the Northeast right now, and my family here in the Northeast still don't know who Sebastian is. And it's going on 8 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like it all lies, the deception is with Katie. And that I can say that everyone who was in Sebastian's circle, just because I had to go through the process with my sister, is considered suspect the 24 hours prior to Sebastian going missing. Anyone who had contact with Sebastian would be considered a suspect. And until otherwise said from Ellie, they're all considered suspects. Even Seth, even though we know, until Ellie comes forward and says, yes, Katie Proudford has been cleared from any wrongdoing, she's a suspect. And she's the biggest suspect there. I think they're waiting so Katie can continue to talk and dig herself a hole. I think they're doing these, just from my own experience, they're doing 2 simultaneous investigations. They're doing a criminal investigation, and they're doing, a missing person investigation, but they're not going to lead on to that. Just from my experience going down that road, unfortunately, no one should have to, but I was also considered a suspect in my nephew's murder because I had contact with him 24 hours prior to his death. And so I'm just saying, Katie is the prime suspect number 1.
Exactly.
She's just, and I'm not afraid to say it. She is her behavior, her lying through omission, omitting details, and things she said in interviews have said some piece of the truth. And I believe some of what Katie has said in her interview with Chronicles of Olivia and the other ones with Smiley, there's all a little piece of the truth. And I think where she stops and backtracks in some of her responses to questions, there lies the truth. And I also want to pick up on what someone said about the medication. I've read, it was either said through Katie or Seth that Sebastian was taking risperidol. Now, I have 2 sons. One of them has some mental health issue and is prescribed risperidol. That's a heavy-duty antipsychotic medication. And my understanding of that, or what I know of that medication from my son, is it's given at bedtime, and it's extremely sedating. Once you take it, it's very hard to wake the person up. And I've also read that that medication was being, not a new medication, but Sebastian was being increased on the dose of that medication. So I don't think he ever made it home. I know it said that, he possibly did. So I had a theory for a long time that Katie gave him that medication during dinner at the restaurant. And then, because it was a new dose, he would be even harder to wake up. It increased on the dosage he was on the risperidol. So he probably went from 1 milligram to 1.5 milligrams. And because it was a new dose and increased, he wouldn't have had any recollection or memory of what happened that night. And so, or she gave it to him at home and, handed him off to someone through the garage. But I think it stems with Katie and possibly the medication as well.
Yeah,
just my insight.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does stem to that, but only KP knows what happened that night in that house.
It lies,
squarely
on her. She was the last one.
She knows, and that's it. That's how I'm looking at it, allegedly. But Peter made a good point on his channel when he said the answer lies with her, and she invited CP into it, which I thought was very interesting point that he made.
She did invite him into it because he's covering her ass and reassuring. That first interview we saw right at 8 days after Sebastian went missing.
Right.
She was upset and hysterical, and then CP has had time to work on her, reassure her that she's going to get away with it and all this, and kind of brainwash her. And Chris' family is from old money there in Gallatin. Realty and construction. Their money goes way back, many generations. And so I think, with her family, very dysfunctional, and, she sees dollar signs in Chris, so she's going to cater to everything he wants and go.
Right. No, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. I see other people.
You're welcome.
I want to give everybody.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Have a good night. Sebastian Strong. God bless.
Absolutely. Lock your door. 219-885-9693. I was just checking out. I'm looking at emails. Somebody sent me that thinking it was Sebastian. And I looked at it. I'm like, nah, I don't think it's Sebastian. That didn't look like Sebastian in my opinion. But hey, why hasn't he been questioned by the police yet? Catherine was asking. They're saying that she's cooperating though. 864, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, this is Carla. My name's Carla.
Carla, how are you doing today? You are live. Talk to us.
Hey, I wanted to just talk to you guys about a couple of things. I called earlier and gave the 4 facts about Katie, Chris, Seth, and all that. I called about 30 minutes earlier. But then you guys started talking about psychics, and I kind of wanted to stand up and just kind of be a voice for us psychics, mediums. I actually am a medium, and I wanted to come on and kind of be a voice because people are getting the wrong impression about psychics. Yes, there are some psychics that are fake and false, but there are some of us that are truly, we feel like it's just a gift that I think all of us have, and we just need to learn how to tune into it. And I heard a caller call into you earlier mentioning the name John. Well, I did a reading. I had a neighbor that's actually a big YouTuber, and I'm not going to mention her name, came to me about 4 weeks ago, and she wanted me to do a reading. She said she had done a YouTube video about Sebastian, wanted me to do a reading for her. I hadn't heard of Sebastian until then. And ever since I did the reading, I, started listening to the videos and stuff.
and I do what is called automatic writing, where I just kind of tune into spirit. And I'll be happy to tell you guys what I got if you want to hear it. But, you know, I wanted to be a voice to those. You know, the law enforcement has used psychics and mediums a lot to help solve cases.
I've seen it.
So I do not.
I've seen that, but I haven't seen where I'm watching multiple psychics and every single one of their stories are different. Well, he's in Alaska and he's here and he's there. It's just that part doesn't make sense. And those are the people who, honestly, I don't know. It's weird.
I agree 100%. So, you know, what most of us
psychics, I've witnessed and seen them, so I know they're real. But again, it's now everybody thinks they can wake up and be a psychic, and that's not the way it works. You know what I mean?
It is not.
You don't just wake up one day and you're a
understand what you
psychic.
mean.
Sorry, that's how I look at it. And people that are trying to make YouTube channels saying I'm a psychic, and now
Exactly.
It's weird.
Exactly. And I don't even have a channel. I don't have a channel, but I do this it's just part of who I am. I grew up with it. But, you know, it's something that I want to call out because a lot of people dismiss it, and there are a lot of fake psychics out there, but there are a lot of people that really are true people that do this and try to help others, just like everybody in law enforcement and the people calling in. So I want to make my voice be heard about that.
No, you're right about that. I've seen it myself. I've watched shows with psychics that you know, actually gave very valuable information. So you're not lying when it comes to that. It's just the ones that you got a lot. You got 10 or 11 or 12 that see a story going off, and now all of a sudden they're a psychic.
So if I totally understand what you're saying. So when she asked me what I could pick up for her, because she's a YouTuber and I'm not going to give her name, I came up with all kinds of stuff. I could not come up with a spot, but I did come up with aspects on each parent, and I came up with a few aspects on what Sebastian told me. If you guys want to hear it, I'll tell you. If you don't, I'll hang up. It's up to you.
Somebody said if you don't have a YouTube channel, I'd like to hear it. Wow.
Okay. I mean, it's up to you. I'm just trying to say there's good people out there and there's bad people.
I know there's good people out there. I can tell. I know. Trust me. I know that. And I know there's bad people too that will, like I said, make a channel as soon as they see something going off like this, and then now they're psychic. So I know there's that too.
Yeah, you had a lady call in earlier that mentioned the name John. I had a name John in my reading. I mean, I don't have to go through it. I just want to let you know that there are good people out there that are trying to help find him. Absolutely. That, you know, people can dismiss or not, but we are good people.
I hear it. It's in my heart. I know there's good folks. There's good psychics. There's good investigators. There's good at everything. There's, you know, but then you got to. There's bad in every department. There's bad too. So.
And I agree with you, but you know, if there was not good ones out there, the police department and the FBI and CIA, they wouldn't use us. I'm gonna leave it at that. No, and you have a good night, darling.
I agree with you 100% on that. I agree with you. But I got to ask you a question. If you were Seth, or if you were any of the parents here in general, and you are getting 50 different stories from 50 different psychics, what are you going to do?
If I'm getting 50 different stories from 50 different psychics, I wouldn't listen to any of them.
Right.
But I would listen to the ones that gave me what I felt in my heart was true. Mm-hmm. And there are some of us that are. Mm-hmm. You know, there's going to be a bunch that are not, but there's going to be a bunch that are. And, you know, we may be 2 to 10. I don't know. But I know that there are many of us that really, truly are here to help, and that are not here to make money.
Can I ask you a question? What did you see?
I'll tell you if you want to hear it. I do what's called, if you want me to give it to you, I'll tell you exactly what I got if you want to hear it.
I mean, I see some people that do, and some. What is it? I mean, if we need to hear it.
So I do what is called automatic writing. I tune into spirit.
Yes, ma'am.
So about 4 weeks ago, I tuned into Sebastian.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is what I got from him. If you want to hear it, I'll give it to you.
Bring it. Yes, ma'am.
I said, what happened to you? He said, the music's loud. He said, I hate him. I said, who? He said, John. And then he said, why, but not the word W-H-Y, the letters, why. He said, I've got a nosebleed. He hit me. I can't see.
Wow. Okay.
Then he said, my mouth is busted. I said, what happened? He said, Dragon Slayer. I will slay the dragon. I said, who is the dragon? He said, Chris. And then he showed me, I drew a shovel. He emphasized the number 33 and the number 8 to be of importance. He said, he's on top of me. Stop. I'm dead. Bam, bam, bam. Hitting me. Hurt. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's part of it. Do you want to hear the rest? It's very in-depth. But that's just part of it. And this isn't anything I want for myself, but I'm letting you know many of us are very real. I did not get a location on him. I just connected with him to see what he gave me, and that's what I got.
Oh, yeah. I want you to know that when I speak of it, of what I've looked at, I'm talking about uncredible stuff that I've, like, it's just uncredible because of the different things that they were saying. It just didn't make any sense. There can't be that many stories. So that's where I was having my problem at. And now people who are actually,
let me just finish. He gave me what he felt of Chris, Seth, and his mom. You want to hear it?
Go ahead. Drop
it. He said, with Chris, I see victory and strength with this guy where he thinks he has the ability to control 2 desperate situations at once. It's like a competition with him. It's like he has triumphed over rival. He is almost trying to get popularity. I don't know, but did he get a different vehicle? He's going to have or has had issues with his vehicle. He has some weird reason to be like the winner. Danger. He needs to feel loved and special all the time and will make life for his partner a living hell to do so. He doesn't care if affections are superficial or honest because he can't tell the difference. He's a cheater, 2 exclamation marks. Very possessive and jealous one day and flirting with someone else the next. Shallowness and empty affection. For him, it's all about feeling good as opposed to being in a good situation. He's rash, mean at times. He's going to shut down and stop answering questions. He is a liar. _5 times exclamation mark. It's like he is a short no with a and if or but. He is withholding more than he knows. He knows what happened, exclamation mark. Then he goes to Dad, Seth, stop him. Disorganized business, Seth. He is looking for work. People have been saying one thing to him, family, but in reality is getting something different. He has been forgetful or negligent, should I say. He's going with his gut and not paying attention to what people are saying to him. He has not been treated fairly because of a lack of fatherly participation. He knows he has been being led on. His ex has made plans without consulting with him. He has to learn to communicate, but he knows that. He will find victory and be able to finally help with a desperate situation. He will be the hero and triumph over his rival. Car problems again. He will win over a love and tackle a task working as a team, mom/dad connection. And then I get Katie. Things are coming to an end. Don't spin. There will be news of a failure or lack of interest. Be supportive of family members. Look your life plan over again. It's not airtight. 4 exclamation marks. Don't fool yourself and don't be cocky because you must get yourself in trouble. Don't drag things out. It's now or never, exclamation mark. All is going to go to hell if you're not careful. Money is coming in, but you are not spending it wisely. The value of your property is dwindling. You have bad news coming. And then Sebastian gave me the song Bad Moon Rising. I see a bad moon rising. And then he said, you got a spouse spinning away. That man is going to leave when money is gone so long. And then he leaves me with na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. And that's what he said. And that's what I got. So my point to you is to let your people know that not all psychics are crazy. We can connect and we can pick up on things from them. We might not can pinpoint exactly where somebody is, but we can be very helpful.
Anyone who follows me knows I do believe in psychics. And then I do know they're real ones, but I also do know that it's an oversaturated place where people wake up and think that they're psychics. That's what I'm addressing when I speak on it.
Well, I don't want anything from you or anybody else, but I did want to share that, and I did want to kind of stand up for those of us that are not out there trying to make a fortune off of anything.
Absolutely.
That we're just there trying to help find this boy, and that's pretty much it.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you calling in and explaining that, and thank you for sharing what you got with us. I appreciate you. Where are you calling in from, and what's your name again?
My name's Carla, and I'm calling from South Carolina.
Carla from South Carolina. Thank you. I appreciate you. And yes,
all right, honey.
I know personally, I can't speak for everybody else, but I know psychics are real. I just know that people are waking up and thinking that they're psychics one day. So that's just, you know how it works.
And I understand that there are a lot of people that have been taken advantage of by them, but they got to realize that there are people out here that are not doing it to have any gain, that are really just doing it to try to help. And we want understanding because we're just like everybody else trying to help, you know?
Right. For sure. I get it.
All right, honey. Thank you.
Lock your door. Stay safe. Thank you for being a voice for Sebastian today. Good phone call. I hear what she's saying, but there's just way too many people that wake up. I'm telling you, make a YouTube channel. I'm a psychic. And it just doesn't work that you don't just wake up one day and you're a psychic. Just don't. Doesn't happen. Said enough's enough. 551, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Hi, how are you? This is Jamie from Bayonne, New Jersey.
Jamie.
Yes. I would just want to say that I think Seth is doing the right thing by working with his ex-wife and the stepfather. I don't think he's intentionally wanting to do this, but he's intentionally doing it for his son and to keep the information coming. I think that's the reason he wants to continue this for information that they're receiving and he's not getting. I think because they did say that she was getting information from TBI and he doesn't. I believe that's the reason why he's doing it, because otherwise I don't think he would even want anything to do with them, because they didn't really help from the very beginning. So I think he's doing the right thing, and I don't think people should be mad at him, because at the end of the day, he's the one waking up without his child there, and he's the one out there, and that's his child. He loves his child. So I don't think he intentionally meant to say F off to people, but I think he felt that if anybody was going to say anything, that's what he wanted them to do, not to. You know what I mean? Just don't say anything. And respectively, just let him do what he has to do. Another thing, I feel like the mother has, as far as I'm concerned, she hasn't made any efforts to look for this child. It's been him. And the stepfather, he has just seemed to be going along with it, not really involved like he should have been. I don't know if he really has been. But from what I say, I only see the father. Sebastian's father is the only one that seems to be really involved. And I think it's a shame that people are attacking him because of this, you know, just working with them and doing what he's trying to do the best he can, and keeping the peace as adults should, especially, you know, it was at a, you know, his thing that he had going for him. And I mean, that's what you do as parents. You come together and work together for this child. I mean, he wants his child home, and it's sad. His child's not back yet, and I just hope that he does, you know, I've been praying for that and hope to see it soon. And I think he did the right thing by getting private investigators. I think they should go back 4 months and start looking into things like calls, because I think the mother may have gotten rid of them. That's just, you know, my opinion. And I mean, I hate to think a mother would do that, but it happens. We see it. But I feel like they need to do what they need to do as parents and you know, work together for the sake of this child. The private investigators, I feel, is the best thing that Seth could do right now for his son, because he can get some info from them, and maybe they can go back 4 months and start checking into things or phone calls or wiretaps or whatever they can do. I mean, or whatever they can do, because it seems to me that child never either came home from Walmart or after their dinner. From the mother, when she went out with him that day, I mean, the next day, the kid's not there. I mean, they have no trace of him leaving. What is he, in the floorboards? I mean, did they even check that? I mean, check the walls. Check everything. I'd be checking everything. I mean, nobody disappears like that.
Well, they checked it with imaging in the house. They went in there with imaging and looked around the whole entire house, and if you would have seen a body, they would have seen a body for sure.
Really?
That's what it does. It picks it up.
Oh, it does. Okay, because I was thinking, you know,
yeah, law enforcement has used thermal imaging inside the home, but cannot confirm, you know, luminol being used.
Luminol and all that stuff. I didn't know they did all that. But I was thinking, like, they should go at least 4 months back. You know what I mean? Like an extra month back. Because who knows what she was planning? I mean, now I hate blaming it on her, but that's where it's leading. To me, I feel like it's leading to them too. They're the only two that seem to have a problem with this child being around. And then for Chris to accuse that kid of being a pedophile, come on, that's terrible. The kid was raped. I mean, he's been through trauma, and that's something that a child should never have to go through, you know. And I feel it wasn't the only person she left that kid with. The father said there was another person that she had left the kid with. So she has a history of just leaving this kid with anybody. I mean, he said a grown man she left him with that was in prison, known pedophile. That's what Seth said. So I don't know. I mean, if she could leave him with people the way she has, I mean, who's to say she didn't just give him to somebody? I mean, did she ever come home with him?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. They need to check further back, I think, and I think they need to check phone information. I don't know how far they go back, but I would. I don't know. I just hope that they do find something. They have to have something. I think they're just gonna wait for the right timing, and they're gonna. I mean, they should do something. Sit them down and start interrogating them. I don't know. What do you think? I don't. Is there anything you've heard or?
I've heard a lot of stuff. Like, and again, nobody. I've also seen a group where some of these people were talking in this neighborhood, and they were talking about how nothing was on the cameras of him walking through the neighborhood or anything. Not on my cameras. The only one that had seen one was this person who said in a Facebook group a while back that there was lights flickering on and off in the room for like 10 minutes. I did catch that early on. Yes, very early on. And again, you know, a lot. I was thinking, did he even make it home? This is what I was thinking. Did he even make it home too? But when I heard the PI go up on the channel the other day and say specifically that he was seen coming out, and that's what she was told by that sheriff that's running the case out there at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
That a light was flickering on from his room?
Mm-hmm.
And his room's in the front of the house, right? And hers is in the back?
Yep. Footage from rain cams of Sebastian coming out, dropping trash into trash bin, going back in house.
Right.
And one of the lights going on in his room and nothing showing him leaving the house. Nothing.
And that was early before they went out?
No, this is when they went after.
After they went out. Okay.
Yes, after they went out. This was right around the time that he was told to go to bed at 9 p.m.
Maybe that was a signal to somebody.
Yeah, that's one.
And the word she uses, thud.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's like a word you use in criminal stuff. I mean,
yeah, I heard a thud.
I've heard a bang. Something fell and banged on the floor, or you know, I heard a thump. It was just the wording, and I don't know. I think she's just more to this, and I think they need to interrogate. I think they need to, or they know more, and they just ain't saying anything yet. And they just want the right time. But I do believe Seth is doing this, not because he wants to be friendly with them.
Mm-hmm.
I think he had that argument with him. I think he was frustrated, and he let out his frustration in front of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe people need to back off him, you know? I mean, this is his child. And then they were saying something about people saying they were going to take their money back and all this stuff. I mean, who does that? If you were going to do that, then you weren't in it for the right reasons. I don't know. That's my opinion on that. But, I mean, this is his child, so he has a right to feel any way he wants right now, you know? He's angry at the world. I mean, his son ain't here, you know? Right now, he wants his son back.
Thank you.
So he's going to do whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if he's being close to the person that he hates the most.
Exactly.
You know, I would do it. You know, you keep your enemies close. You know, to find out what you need to find out. And
we see, KP knows the answers. That's how I'm looking at it, allegedly. But again, my mind's open. My mind's open for any scenario, whether he left or not. But why no cameras show him in this neighborhood walking off or leaving in a certain direction is very eerie. But thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. God bless you. Stay vigilant.
Thank you. God bless you.
And thank you for being a voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Good phone call. Hold on, let me read some of these real quick before I take any more phone calls. Cherokee says, and thank you, Veronica. I appreciate you. Cherokee Grandma says, do what we did with Gabby. Check your cameras. Everybody's got to check their cameras. Agreed. And thank you for the support to the channel. Thank you. I completely support what you're doing, says Anne Marie. Thank you, Anne Marie. I appreciate you. BDAC, welcome to the Rev Gang family. Thank you, everybody. Welcome her to the Rev Gang family. If it's a her, I don't know. It could be a him too. Mama for coffee. Thank you. We want to hear her thoughts and reading. Okay, you were talking about the psychic. Thank you, Mama for coffee, for supporting. Summers Army says, Trev, did you see Justin on TikTok? Katie lied about that photo. It was years ago for shopping for a bike, but wearing a missing shirt. She's a big, fat liar. Where is this video at and where can we watch it? What are we talking about? What are we talking about here, Summer? That's crazy. She said, I did not see that. And where is this? Where can we look at this right now? Wore this shirt a year ago? That looks like a missing Sebastian shirt to me. And I'm pretty sure I got the other screenshot that shows the Sebastian shirt on her. Was this Photoshop? Like, what happened? What's going on here? You said, T-REV, I don't see how you do this night after night after night after night. What? It's not. I mean, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. No real mother acts like KP. I would be crawling down the street looking for my kid. T. Smith said. Press conference could say we're doing something and we're still working on it. Yeah, they haven't dropped no press conference. I believe they should drop a press conference. Why haven't they? What's the point? What's the point in not dropping one? Or is there a tactic going on? Are they playing mind games with the Proudfoots allegedly? What is going on in the thought process of law enforcement who has no leads whatsoever? Allegedly, they're cooperating. Seb's cooperating. I mean, the people that were out with him that night allegedly cooperated. I've read statements from a Melissa Proudfoot saying that she let them check mailbox or some type of, it was something about a mailbox. I seen her speak out about that. And who knows? Were they all questioned? That's what I do want to know. Advocate for you. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Shout out to y'all. But I want to see that video that you're talking about, Summers Army. I want to see that. I definitely want to see that. Where can we find it? I'm about to go find it right now. Hold up. What about this part right here by Seth? Listen.
I appreciate you having me on the panel, and I appreciate your insight.
Last night.
Does any of it sound crazy to you?
No. I was married to her for a long time, and you're right on a lot of key factors. You're right on. You know, I believe that she did not open up at the beginning. Reading her body language while I was there.
I'm about to go find this video.
She's not telling everything.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how long she's going to continue before she decides that she's going to unburden herself.
I hope she breaks.
I hope she breaks. Hold up. I think I found the video Summer was talking about. Let's check it out. 1, 2, 3.
Look, y'all, I try really hard, and I am trying to honor Seth's wishes here. But when they do things like this, I cannot be quiet, especially when it's only like a day or two after they agreed to work together. So if you guys are like, what the hell is he talking about? Well, by now, a lot of y'all know that Chris and Katie Proudfoot have been accused of shopping for motorcycles or doing something with motorcycles the night or the day of Sebastian's vigil. Now, Katie Proudfoot has said something about this. The trade-in was years ago, not months. And we were not there during the vigil, and we were not there to trade the bike in. So yeah, based on this statement, they were motorcycle shopping years before Sebastian went missing. Then explain to me this picture. Look at their shirts. Can't tell? That a little better? Maybe that? Because in my opinion,
bing bong,
that shirt looks very similar to.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Yep. Something ain't right.
This photo right here of Sebastian. And in case you need to see it again, look, y'all, I try really hard, and I am.
Thanks you for bringing that to my attention, Summers Army. I do appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I had to go check that out real quick. Didn't hear that part. I got to hear it one more time. Hold up. For the folks who just came in.
Trying to honor Seth's wishes here, but when they do things like this, I cannot be quiet, especially when it's only like a day or.
I'm going to pause it on the screenshot too, because I want to read what she said.
After they agreed to work together. So if you guys are like, what the hell is he talking about? Well, by now, a lot of y'all know that Chris and Katie Proudfoot have been accused of shopping for motorcycles or doing something with motorcycles.
Correct.
The night or the day of Sebastian's vigil. Now, Katie Proudfoot has said something about this.
Okay, there we go. The trade-in was years ago, not months. And we were not there during the vigil. And we were not there to trade the bike in. So the trade-in was years ago, not months. And we were not there during the vigil, and we were not there to trade the bike in. But so at some point, what is going on here? If that was years ago, he wasn't missing years ago. Why would you be wearing Missing Sebastian shirts?
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
The trade-in was years ago, not months.
It doesn't mean
And
anything.
we were
but
not there
still,
during the vigil,
weird.
and we were not there to trade the bike in. So yeah, based on this statement, they were motorcycle shopping years before Sebastian went missing. Then explain to me this picture. Look at their shirts. Can't tell? That a little better?
Yeah, we see them.
Maybe that?
Yeah, that one's, you could definitely tell it's a Sebastian shirt. Let me open this back up. My bad. Did you see past a post she did years ago looking for someone to look at? Wow, she asked. Yes, I did see that. I did see that. I'm glad you brought that up, Karen, because somebody emailed that to me. 415, you're live. Talk to me.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing today?
I'm good. This is Cotton Candy. I'm down in chat. I just wanted to, do you remember it was last year or year before last, the little girl down in Australia, her name was Cleo. She went missing at the campground out of the tent with her mother and them.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah. She had went missing out of the tent. Her parents were camping. And, well, everyone crucified her parents, you know, and it comes to find out that it was a dude, a creepy dude, snuck her out of the tent with her parents and kidnapped her. She was alive, thank God. It was a creepy dude that collected Bratz dolls. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like they crucified the parents, T-REV. And it ended up, he snuck her out of the tent. This predator did.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, you know, everybody wants to crucify all of them. We need to quit crucifying all of them, you know, because it could be a situation like this. And like, what if someone didn't take him out of his bedroom window or something? What if that was a thud, someone coming in the window?
I mean, that's you got a point, but wouldn't that same driveway or what? Hold up. Anyways, I'm trying to think what side his house or his room was on, because that would play.
It was in the front, wasn't it?
Exactly, right where the trash bin he was seen taking the trash out. So if somebody jumped through that window,
Could that have been the thud that Katie heard?
Would you see this? But would you see that same person just like you seen him take the trash to the end of the driveway? Would you see that person at the front of the house going through a window on that same camera? Because you could see the light going on and off. So why wouldn't you see somebody sneaking up?
But couldn't someone be hiding in the bushes there? Because Katie said there's bushes in front of Sebastian's window. How long was they in front of that window?
Yeah, no, I mean it's a theory for sure. It's a theory for
But
sure.
I just wanted to speak about Cleo, you know, because a dude literally kidnapped her out of the tent with her parents, you know, and it was a creep that collected Bratz dolls.
It's a theory and a half for sure. I'll give you that.
Yeah, and I was wondering, like, does Sebastian have hardwood floors or carpet in his room, you know? Because that thud, that I keep thinking about that thud. Could have been someone coming in if he has hardwood floors.
Never heard of that case myself.
Yeah, look it up. It happened in Australia, I believe it was. It was not long ago. It was a little girl.
I was thinking the same thing. That they would see it on camera just for the fact that they seen him. So how would they not capture somebody going through, or you know, and if you're going to go in,
you know, I'm just trying to think of everything. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, all scenarios, absolutely. Of him being home, how would he get taken out the house without being seen? That's what I want.
Right.
You
Could someone have lured him out? You know, hey, flash your light. Could that be the flashing light? You know, hey, I'm in my room, or I mean, we just never know. Someone said thud equals window slam shut. Could be.
Could be that, but why is there no camera showing that? I wonder. I'd have to see.
I know, right? But there's no camera showing nothing. You know, it's like, what the hell?
That's the part that's baffling.
Right, and you know, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm on Sebastian's. I'm trying to look at it all, you know, because I do feel for Seth too. But we don't know what Katie's doing. We don't know if they're searching. We're not knowing what law enforcement's doing because they're not telling us nothing. But that's a good thing, you know, because look at how Summer's case went.
Absolutely horrible. 3 years then still.
Cameras
would show it. That's what I was thinking. I was just thinking the camera would show it, but
But if it was as dark as they said, I don't know. I'm just trying to think because that thud just stays in my head.
The thud stays in my head too. Yeah, well, I heard a thud at this time and I yelled in, "Go to sleep. Go to sleep."
Right, Joe Fuller, that her mom and dad was right there, and people nailed her mom and dad to the cross, that little Cleo girl. And it ended up, she literally got kidnapped right out from under their nose from a tent and had no clue. Yeah, look into that. It happened in Australia, Cleo.
For sure. I'll check it out. It's a wild case.
Sasha, I'm not a chronic liar, so don't be calling me that. I have a right to my opinions too, and I'm being respectful. So be respectful.
Absolutely, you're
respectful to me. You know, you're trash. Oh, she's a liar. Blah blah blah. No, I have a right, and I wanted to tell T-REV about this little girl because it happens.
Yeah, no, you're okay. Don't pay attention to chat. People are gonna. I don't know why people are saying that, but I appreciate every aspect. I don't care if you're who you're talking about. So you could be talking about Seth. You could be talking about Katie, you could be talking about. I don't care. We're here to
see people talking about Cleo in chat. They know it's just wild, you know. It can happen, and that's what I'm saying. Just people need to keep their mind open a little more.
You're right, and my mind is open for that. But I feel like KP has some more answers, allegedly. And if there is, even if it's a little something as even a little more detailed that could shine a little more light out there,
right? Because we never know, because we're not getting told nothing.
Whether it's a detail, it could be something as simple as, well, this person came by that night, or this, it could be anything.
Oh, they're talking about KP being a liar. I shouldn't read chat while I'm up here, but I just wanted to tell you that. And I'm going to jump down and
you'll be in a frenzy.
Yeah, but I just wanted to tell you about Cleo and just look into that, and it's wild.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely check it out for sure. I believe it though. I've seen other cases where people have gotten hammered. I've seen Jack Showalter from the Idaho 4 get absolutely crucified by 14,000 votes, pointing towards 92% of his guilt, allegedly, which he didn't have no guilt whatsoever. So I mean, you know, I've seen it. I've seen these things. I've seen people be accused and it not be that. I've seen it. But here, the inconsistencies though, and the amount of professional.
I get it. It's on both sides, though. You know what I mean? It's like
it's weird.
I know Seth came on here to do the right thing, and I think he got people in these new cases, they don't know how YouTube works. I get it.
Yeah.
And and I know he's tired of hearing people talk about his son not being alive and stuff, and that broke my heart when I heard him say that yesterday.
So my thing is this though, the people who are accusing Seth, well then tell me who assist. If Seth has something to do with this, then who assisted him on doing it? Because he was on camera at work the whole entire time.
I don't know.
You get what I mean? Like that's my question to people that think Seth has something to do with something. Okay, so now you got to be able to explain to me. Okay, Seth's at work this whole entire time on camera, and he didn't leave work during that whole entire time. So who assisted him if he was responsible, which I don't believe he is.
Right, and allegedly Chris Profit was at work. We don't know for sure, but
no, I mean the cameras are on him. Christopher Proudfoot wasn't at work yet. He wasn't at work yet, allegedly. I mean, he's probably out the site, right? His truck was parked at the job site. We're talking
right, and you can leave a cell phone at your job site and drive 3 hours away and have a 3-hour conversation on your way home.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. It's great.
I just wish they all three would work together and be sincere and, stop this hate, because the divide is never going to bring Sebastian home.
As far as I know, they are working together. As far as I know, they are.
I hope they are. And because it hurts my heart, it really does. And, I'm not for Katie or Seth or none of them, but it just kind of gets old. Everybody just trashing Katie all the time when we don't know nothing. Just because she's not on the internet don't mean anything.
She don't gotta be on the internet. Why is she not at the vigils?
Right.
I mean, you're not at the vigils.
What? But she's been getting death threats and shit. I wouldn't either.
Did
if I was getting death threats, you don't.
She could have.
Yes.
Did she get death threats before the first vigil?
Oh, I don't know because I wasn't in the case on that. So cause see the very beginning, I didn't get into it. I came in a little late, so I'm not sure about that.
I don't know.
So I
That's
can't.
it's just weird. That's the part. A lot of the us
I
community.
get it, cause like
Not
in
out
Summer's
looking
case,
or nothing.
Candace Wells and them didn't go to the vigil,
Right. That shit's weird.
And there's some similarities in Summer and Sebastian's case, and
I mean, that's like if someone is missing to me, close to me, and I'm not at the vigil, I'm not out there posting no flyers, I'm not doing nothing. I mean, I'm gonna be looking crazy.
right, I agree.
But
we can't say what we would do in that situation. Sorry about my dog.
Mm-hmm.
But just look into Cleo. It's really interesting.
I mean, I when I was helping search for Jessica Paget in Northampton, Pennsylvania, when I was helping search for her, people were accusing the boyfriend, and I was out there searching with the boyfriend. So, and it was the stepdad the whole entire friggin' time, and I shook that dude's hand.
Wow.
You get what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah. So I know what's up when it comes to that. People were thinking that he was suspicious, and he wasn't.
And just like you said with John Showalter, or Jack Showalter.
Exactly. I mean,
and then here comes Brian Koberger. It's like, who in the hell is this dude?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll let someone else up. And thank you, T-REV, for letting me talk to you. I appreciate it.
Anytime you want to call in, you're more than welcome to. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. God bless you. People were accusing, again, Jessica Paget's boyfriend when we were out, and she was already dead at the mom and stepdad's house, being hidden away. Look it up. Jessica Paget, Northampton, Pennsylvania. Gregory R. Graff is in prison right now for the murder. 414, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hello, T-REV. It's Doreen from Wisconsin.
Doreen from Wisconsin. I know you. What is going on? Talk to me.
Yeah, I've been listening to you pretty much all day, and I still think Katie's the key to all this. I think she knows something. She knows something. Her actions and lack of actions, I've said this before, and I can't shake it. I think she really is the key to this. Like, I don't know if she's going to finally break and it's going to come out. Did she already have a break and she's in mental denial? Is she self-medicating? I don't know, but she definitely is the key to this. Something happened in her care. She definitely is the key to this. She knows more than she's saying. It's just
this is post that we just played before, where they're talking about it was from years ago, trading in the bike. I don't know. I think maybe it does look like with the words that are being used here that her words could be misconstrued. Possibly.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking they were saying like, that's not.
Meaning that they weren't right. They weren't doing what I think what she was saying in this little clip here where I've read what she said. I think that she was saying we weren't at the motorcycle place during the vigil, period.
Right.
It wasn't then.
Right.
But what doesn't make sense is where it says we traded it a few years back or something. That's the part that didn't make sense.
I think she's separating the two, the trading in the bike, and that this picture was another picture of them at the bike shop, but not on the day of the vigil and not for the selling of the bike. So that's how I took it. I don't know, but this whole thing is really crazy. It really is crazy. But I think Katie is the key behind this. She knows more than she's saying. And I just get the feeling of her like self-medicating or something, because even when I sing some of the things when she talks, she rocks. And that is self-soothing. That's a mechanism where someone is trying to calm themselves down. And the blowing out through the mouth, same thing. It's to calm them down. I think she knows more than she's saying. And if her own ex-husband sees things that aren't right, he would know. He would know.
You would think.
Yeah. He would know. And going down the rabbit hole with psychics. I'm not even going to go there. I have my own gifts, but I've seen too much of this stuff with watching your programs that I wouldn't even attempt to try to say something psychically because I wouldn't trust myself.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is really bad. I was praying for him to be found. My birthday was April 20th. I was praying for him to be found on my birthday. And that didn't happen, of course, but I think he's gonna be found. I don't think this is going to go like a Summer Wells case. I think that Sebastian will be found. I think he will be found. I don't want to say any further than that. I'll just keep saying my prayers, but I think he will be found. But Katie's the key. I'm sticking with that. She's the key to this. And as far as with Seth, working with Katie and her husband, he has to do what he's comfortable with. No one can tell him in this situation what to do or what to feel. He has to go with what he's comfortable with. And if he gets to a point where he's uncomfortable, then he just breaks ties with that. But it is weird. It's weird.
It is.
The whole thing is it's horrible. I couldn't even imagine. I could not imagine.
The timeline of that night is just super weird.
All of it's weird. And then the court thing coming up with Chris's child. Child.
There was a trial on March 5th. They canceled it.
All of it. I think Katie really flipped. I think something happened. I think she flipped and something happened.
Mm-hmm.
She lost her temper or something and something happened. There's more to her personality than I think anybody understands. I think she has a lot of issues going on. A lot of issues.
Mm-hmm.
So she's the key. That's all I'm going to say is she's the key. I don't know what, oh God, this is, I know he's going to be found. I know he's going to be found.
Mm-mm.
And it'll be taken where it's taken from there. But her disappearing and everything, this reminds me of someone that just kind of checks out from time to time, I can't handle this. Okay, I'll go do this. I'm going to go off over here. I can't deal with this. I'm going to go off over there. And she just mentally checks out. And I've seen this. There are people that can do that. They just, they get where they can't handle things and they go, oh, I'm going this way. I'm going that way. And they run off for a while. And it's weird, but I've seen people do it. And you go, what is wrong with them? So that's what I think she does. She just checks out. I've had enough. I'm checking out.
Mm-mm-mm.
Pretending this thing happened.
I just don't understand why you hear a thud, you yell in to go to sleep. You didn't hear a response back from him, but the next morning you go in there, he's not there. We call Chris and get on a 3-way call with police at 6:20. Way after what happened, way before that. What time did the call start? First of all, and I don't know. It's like that 3-hour phone call is instrumental too. I believe that 3-hour phone call is going to play a part in that, allegedly.
Right. I could see her calling Chris and going, he's missing. I'm going to look for him. Bing. Hang up the phone. Take care of all this. But I'd be banging on people's doors, running through yards. I wouldn't have time to carry on a conversation, let alone 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be out running around, pounding on doors, screaming through the neighborhood.
No, the 3-hour phone call wasn't. The 3-hour phone call was at night.
Oh, before she ever. That's right. Okay.
3-hour phone call was at night.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that either.
Yeah, Catherine, don't get me singing over here. Only time will tell. That's my jam.
I can't get up in my head that they said his favorite song was "Eye of the Tiger." I swear I'm going to play that song and decipher it, see what's in that song. Then it made it his favorite song. That's what I've had in my mind. I'm going to play that song and see the words in that song, because I can't remember word for word outright, but I remember the song. And for his age to love that song, you know, there was something in that song. There's always something someone identifies with in a song that's their favorite song. So I'm gonna try to decipher what's in that song that makes sense.
Yeah.
If it makes sense.
Eye of the Tiger.
I found it very interesting.
Yeah,
that's
his favorite song. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what about that song was his favorite? Was it the words? Was it the music itself? Because autistic kids love music. That I know. They music, water, nature, you know, things of that. So just have to see where it goes.
Yeah, no, it's a good song. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's a good song, you know. That's what I was thinking. But I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice here tonight for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We appreciate you, man. But you need to do two things and stay vigilant and lock them damn doors. Good phone call. And you know what? Take this time real quick to bow your head and just listen to me as I say this prayer. Dear God, as we gather here today, we lift up our hearts in prayer for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who has been missing for 56 days. We pray for your divine intervention in guiding those who are searching for him. Grant wisdom to those involved in the search efforts and bring comfort to the heart of Seth Rogers and all who love Sebastian. May your light shine upon them, Lord, leading them to the answers they seek. Lord, we also pray, or I also pray for the Rev Gang family who has joined together in solidarity to support the cause and keep Sebastian's name alive. Without them, Lord, I feel like we wouldn't keep his name alive and keep pressure on law enforcement. Bless them with the strength and resilience as they stand together in unity, advocating for justice and hope. And may their efforts bring awareness and aid in the search for Sebastian. And I also want to lift up everyone who is out there searching for Sebastian Rogers, whether it's volunteers, law enforcement, or somebody just posting posters up. And I want to lift up Seth Rogers, who was tirelessly working around the clock searching for his son. Surround him with your peace and comfort and grant him perseverance in his journey. Provide him with the strength to endure, knowing that you are with him every step of the way, Lord. Lastly, I want to pray again for those volunteer searchers who have dedicated their time and energy into finding Sebastian. Bless them abundantly for their selfless acts of kindness and compassion, and grant them safety and guidance as they navigate through their search efforts. Lord, in your mercy, I hope you hear our prayers. I know you hear our prayers. Grant us the courage to continue our efforts and the faith to trust in your divine plan. In the name of thy son, Jesus Christ, amen. I just have to say a quick little prayer. Oh, man. All right, I'm opening them lines back up. I just had to get that prayer off real quick. Had to get that prayer off. 484, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Ava.
What's going on, Ava? How you doing tonight?
Not much. I'm good. Finally got a day off. How are you?
Just hanging in there, covering
Yeah.
what we can, trying to keep Sebastian's name alive. But it's getting weird out here. It's getting weird.
I know. I try not to call in too much, but somehow I always seem to get through. Last time I called in, I mentioned that Katie knows something, allegedly. But I kind of want to say something because I'm just noticing just across the board. I'm looking at not this chat, but I mean in general. I'm looking at comments on social media. I'm looking at reactions. I just want to remind everyone not to force Seth to overplay his hand. Okay. Seth, we got to keep in mind that Seth is familiar with law enforcement. Seth has a background with law enforcement in terms of his profession and what he does. He's not completely clueless. There's a method to what's going on. In addition to that, he's now working with that PI that's also helping him. And I think there's maybe more of a method here than we might be understanding. I know a lot of people are really confused as to the way he's moving, but I just wanted to say, I know that a lot of the time it seems like at least to me, it seems like Seth feels almost obligated to, give us updates, to, keep people knowledgeable and, to get out there and make his rounds and do what he can, right? But in that same, vein of thought, I just want to make sure that we're not making him feel like he needs to come out and overplay his hand. There's a method to what's going on. Obviously, Seth is really determined to find his son. That has never wavered. We've all seen that this entire time. So I would assume that he is just as determined to find his son as he was the first day that we saw him. And he's doing everything he can within his power to make sure that that happens. And if that means he looks like he's moving a little funny, there's probably a reason for it. And I thought that was important to point out.
Yeah, that's shit, man. She's not acting like a mom. No.
Yeah,
I think so too. I agree.
And the other thing too that I was going to mention, I just thought about this a few minutes ago, but I don't know if Seth, I don't know if he's already done this, but if he's listening, he maybe might want to inquire with the school about Sebastian's most recent IEP. So IEP is like an individualized educational plan.
Oh yeah, I was in that. I was in IEP.
Oh, yep. See, yeah.
From the start.
So, and those are, mandated to be kept on file for any child.
I remember my IEP plan.
Yeah. So because those are updated often, and they're definitely kept on file, and that's anything from notes on, what's going on educationally to behavior changes. There's all kinds of stuff in those plans if you really read through them. And I'm just curious if Seth has already thought to contact the school and go through that folder over the last few months. I would just be curious.
Yeah, that's a great question.
I mean, if the narrative is, since we're all working together now, if the narrative is that, he left on his, I can't even say it with a straight face, left on his own, right? Then I would be curious about that IEP and about the most recent notes, changes, updates, all that. Might be easy to rule some things out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the answer does lie there. I mean, at least the answer I feel like lies with that last person. And if he was taken out, did they get fingerprints from the location? Were they able to pull out, anything? Right. Because that's what you'd be looking for, right? Some unknown fingerprints or some type of evidence or fiber, whatever you can find.
You would think so.
Because he didn't grow wings and fly out the window, and it didn't just happen. It didn't.
He became an Avenger. I don't know, but you know what? It's kind of like, my thing is, there was something else I wanted to say real quick too. And trust me, I'm not sticking up for anybody. Because one thing that I've been trying to be with this case is I've been trying to be a bit more objective. I heard Seth loud and clear. I don't need to know his reasoning, but what I did get from that is maybe be a little bit more objective right now because they're trying to be strategic. So being objective. I know that there were some comments made about Katie and about, you know, her being kind of weird, not by actions or lack of actions, but in terms of like things like rocking back and forth and like, you know, I just want to point out, we don't know anybody's medical history. We don't know anybody's personal history other than what's been aired out through all this process, right? And, you know, people that have anxiety and things like that would probably react in a very similar way as far as that's concerned. So at the same time that I believe Katie knows more than she has revealed, I want to be somewhat objective and say that just because she rocks back and forth doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying?
For sure.
You can do that and be nervous. You can do that and be anxious. You can do that and be on pins and needles because you're waiting for information. It doesn't necessarily mean that you offed your kid or that you know anything about what happened to him. So we just got to be a little bit careful, I think, in our speculation sometime. And trust me, I'm not defending anybody. I'm just trying to remind everyone to be objective, to slow down the circus a little bit.
It seems like I don't know how the police are looking at it. It's an open investigation. So are they really looking for anything criminal?
That's what I'm saying. By now, you would think it would be a criminal investigation. I thought, and I don't know, I could be super wrong. I thought that after a certain number of days, isn't it supposed, I mean, is that, I don't know how that works, but I was under the impression that at some point, I mean, at what point do you move it from possible runaway to, oh, clearly this is criminal? At what number of days? We're already past 60, so I don't know how many more days you need.
We're definitely
and then we had that petition that got so many signatures. I just don't understand why. I'm starting to hear people compare it to the whole Summer Wells case, and that makes me really sad. I would hope that it has a better result, though I'm still very sad yet somewhat hopeful for Summer Wells. You know, we would hope that this ends in Sebastian being found safe and well and, you know, all that great stuff. But at this point, it's like either someone physically has him, meaning someone knows where he is, and there should be some sort of sign as to how this occurred, or he's in distress, and it's got to be one of the two. And that's just reality. That's not even being speculative. And that's whether he left on his own, someone took him, or whatever. Either he's fine and he's with someone, right, to some degree, or he's not and he needs help. So I don't understand why at this point it's not at least being, I don't know, touted as criminal.
Right.
But I just don't understand. I don't understand the way that I don't really understand the way that law enforcement's moving. But like I said, we don't know all the pieces. But it is very frustrating. It's frustrating.
It's definitely frustrating. No answer. I mean, no, you would think another presser at least come out with a presser and, you know,
right.
We cleared this person. We cleared that. You know, whatever.
True. And I think once the FBI gets involved, then it becomes, well, you know, they have people that are, I think, more equipped to get to the root of questioning in a way that is garnered to get information out of people without them really realizing what they're giving up. And there's tactics and things like that. And that's really what I would think you would want out of their involvement at this point. You know, they could be individually questioning people, and maybe that's happening. We don't know. But, you know, I'm just like someone mentioned earlier about how they always see Chris and Katie together doing interviews and things like that and talking, and they're right. You would think by now that, and maybe they have been, but I get the impression just from how things look that
I mean, have Chris and Katie been privately pulled aside and questioned and interviewed alone, other than the polygraph? We already know about that.
Mimi 60 days in equals new direction is needed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and really, like, there's been other cases that we've heard of where people were questioned, you know, night one, day one, or whatever.
Right.
And then they were questioned again with all the questions reworded after, you know, a couple weeks, after about a month or so, and to see if the answers were completely consistent. And if they weren't, then it was like, oh, okay. So either you have a memory problem or what? And I'm just wondering, like, I don't know. I'm just, well, at least there's private investigators involved. Seth's getting more information than he had. So it seems like the team that he has right now is doing, you know, they're doing what needs to be done in that regard, right? And they're helping him get a little further. But yeah, I would think at this point, this needs to move beyond a sheriff's office investigation.
Exactly.
Far beyond that. This kid could be anywhere by now. I mean, I'm not trying to throw out any additional speculation, but, you know, had something happened to Sebastian where he was, you know, taken by someone for any reason.
Who the hell is John? People keep talking about this John.
Yeah,
Who's
I
John?
wondered that earlier. I couldn't figure out. I'm wondering who John is too. And there were people that were saying that they heard the name John in their psychic readings and things or whatever. I don't know who John is.
I don't know. I know I heard a psychic talking about John.
Yeah. And apparently there was another one that heard it as well. But I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm into that kind of thing. I like psychics. I like readings. I like tarot. All that. But if my kid was missing, I don't know. I don't know because you really don't know what you would do, right? But it's got to be hard to hear a bunch of different people tell you, I saw this, I heard this, you know, and it's all different, and you're just trying to get some kind of a lead, and it's just, I don't know how I would take that. I don't know.
Well, I do know this shit stinks, and I feel like the answer and the key is with KP, but that doesn't mean that because I say that's correct. Right. Allegedly, it doesn't mean that that's right, but that's just my opinion, and that's
correct. And I honestly share your opinion very much. But I just wanted to remind more so, you know, those of us, I'm not talking about you. You have, at this point, you have a personal relationship with Seth.
Yeah.
You know, and you know him to some degree at this point, but I think those of us that don't know nothing about nothing to some degree, right? Just got to be a little careful and just honor what he's asking right now. I mean, I have no problem saying that, you know, allegedly, I think she does know more than she knows. And I think Seth even said as much. You know something? Yeah. So, I mean, you know, I don't know how you get that out.
Yeah.
I don't know how you... God, what do you do?
Lady JoJo said, my autistic son hates music. Yeah, I mean, they're unique.
Yes. Eye of the Tiger is actually, that's interesting that was, and probably, I would imagine still is his favorite song. I don't know how long ago that was his favorite song. Right. But, you know, what's interesting about that is Eye of the Tiger is a really good, kind of like what would you call that? Like a hype song? Like,
yeah.
So it just kind of gives like this image of him always trying to be like hyped up. You know what I mean? It's kind of cute, but yeah. You know, I hope that, you know, this next week brings, some additional information. I was going to actually comment independently. I don't know if there's a way that we can do like I don't know, this probably sounds stupid, but like I don't want to say like an e-vigil because that sounds dumb, but maybe you know what I mean. Like, can we ever do like
Absolutely. I know exactly what you're about to say.
Yeah, like a show where it's like kind of like that kind of vibe where we're
Yeah.
I don't know how we set that up.
Where you played, his favorite song, and you got a picture of him, and you got, some visuals of candles, and yes, I know exactly what you mean.
I mean, I think that'd be really good for everybody because we're all kind of at a breaking point, and it would be good to get some positive energy, I think, pushed back into this case. I'm a really huge proponent of positive energy and meditation and prayer, and I really feel like if we can just, really just direct some good vibes and some good energy back into this thing, no one being irritated at Seth or, finger pointing at Katie and Chris and all this stuff. If we can just all put our focus 100% on Sebastian in a positive way, who knows? Who knows? Yeah. Mountains are moved by smaller things,
We'll see, man. That definitely can happen for sure. I mean, we've did stuff like that with Idaho 4 and played certain little things and clips and songs. We've done that here before. So if you've been here during Idaho 4, then you know what we've done. We've done something sort of what you just talked about. But man, this case will have me up tonight. And in fact, I'm going to go on the second channel in a little bit after this channel, but I'm not done here yet. And I appreciate you calling in, Ava. Thank you for being a voice here tonight for Sebastian and speaking loud and proud. I appreciate that. God bless you. Stay vigilant. I'll see you soon. Shout out to Ava. 219-885-9693. And let me check to see who's I know I see some people talking about callbacks. Okay, I got you. Next, I'm gonna do a callback right after this call right here. Dang. 865, you're live.
Hey, T-REV.
Miss Mary, what's going on?
Yes, it is. I saw something earlier and I can't find it, and I was hoping maybe somebody in the chat could help. Okay. It was a response from Chris Proudfoot about not being at the vigil. Did you see that where he posted pictures of his motorcycle?
Absolutely didn't see that.
Okay, he's got a dark purple motorcycle. He's got a couple of pictures, and he explains what they were doing there about trying to talk about the rally and all that kind of stuff. And he explains the timeline on his motorcycle because everybody was coming at him, and it was that FUFU thing, FUFU, and then Chris Proudfoot, and I cannot find it. But I saw it today, and I thought, I bet T-REV's got that, and then I can't find it. But I think it was in response to this guy that you're showing right now. If somebody else in the chat knows, maybe they could email it to you so you could post it or you could find it. It was under one of the Find Sebastian chats, and there's like 1,000 of them now. Now I don't know which one it was.
Oh, that's weird. I'll try to find it. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, it was in response to where were they and what were y'all doing and all that kind of stuff, and about the motorcycle, and and he was explaining that he's had it like 23 months or something, and this is an older motorcycle, and he was explaining all that in the chat. So I thought that was interesting that he did that.
That's weird.
Thought maybe you might want to know. Yeah, maybe somebody else can find it too.
I'll definitely look. I see a couple people saying they saw it. MTV saw it. Mary said she's seen it. There's a teenager. Okay. Teenager from Tennessee missing. What? They're missing. Oh, there's a teenager missing from Memphis also. I don't really start the bike around. A few people said they seen it. What's this caller's name? She is the mama of this channel. That's Mary.
Sorry. I apologize, everybody. But I thought that was really interesting. And the other thing I was thinking about with Katie too is that, they may have lawyers now that are telling her not to respond as well. And I remember two other things. Seth said that and I may be wrong, I apologize, Seth, if I heard it wrong, was that she's kind of not ever been like a mom, you know what I mean? You remember hearing that when he was talking to Peter Hyde or somebody else the other day about that he just was concerned about her mom.
Oh my God. I'm looking in the group that somebody said it was in, and people now got me showing me this wild shit. What is going on here?
What is it?
Some people posting about Seth's PI humping guns. I'm like, damn, I'm thinking in my head, she's a human outside of a PI, but it's somebody posted Seth's PI likes to hump guns.
Oh, for Pete's sakes.
Is that Seth PI?
I have no idea.
I'm confused.
Maybe a troll.
I'm confused. No, it's not a troll.
No, I don't know.
I'm looking through trying to find what you were talking about, which somebody said it was in this group. I'm in this group. I'm looking right through it right now. I see tons of different comments and things, but what exactly? Because I'm not seeing it.
It said it had a picture of purple motorcycles. It's like a motorcycle, but it was like two pictures of it outside the motorcycle place or whatever. And it had Foo, and then it had Christopher Proudfoot, and then it had the explanation about it, and then what they were doing the night of the vigil, and explaining about his motorcycle and all that kind of stuff. Dark purple motorcycle. When you see it, because I clicked on it and I thought, well, that's interesting. Chris just responded because I saw that video earlier of that guy.
I'm looking for this motorcycle right now. I'm going through.
I'll keep on looking. Like I said, there's so many on Facebook now that it's hard to remember which one it was under. But if somebody else knows, it'd be great to send it to you. But I was going to just say that that Katie may just kind of disassociate. We don't know. But I don't. I don't know what the deal was with not showing up to the vigil, but I guess if they're getting all kinds of threats and stuff, or maybe she doesn't feel, I'm sure she wouldn't feel very welcomed. You know what I mean? She'd show up and everybody would be looking at her like with the stink eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's her kid and she needs to be there, but I can't make that judgment. I don't know. I'm not in her shoes.
I'm trying to find that purple motorcycle that you're talking about.
You're on Facebook?
No, yeah, I'm in the group that somebody said it was in, but I don't see it so far, and I'm scrolling down and down and down. How long ago was this for you?
Today.
Way earlier, an hour ago, 2 hours ago.
No, it was way earlier when you first came on, and I called way earlier.
Okay.
I meant to tell you that, and it went right past me, and I was like, "Damn it!" And I hung up the phone. So
somebody said she's back at the campground. Are the Proudfoots back at the campground? Anonymous member said she's back.
Well, they may be. I don't know. I saw that earlier too.
Yep, I'm seeing that there. She's back. What are we doing? I wish SPI would take this seriously. She makes weird posts with animals. She is milking Seth. What is going on? What is? Oh my goodness! What are we talking about?
The other
this
thing
group is wild.
Yeah, I don't think that's. You may not be in the right. The other thing I wanted to say was that Peter Hyatt. No, it wasn't Peter Hyatt. It was the interview the other day with Seth, or Seth's PI. The first time we met her, Heather. In that group, and there was a retired FBI agent there. He said that number one, TBI has to be invited in to be able to get into a case, so they have to be invited in. And number two, that the FBI is helping in the background. They're not taking over the case, but they are already helping. So if people want to know why the FBI is not helping, they are assisting. From what I got from that interview, and you can go back and listen to that interview. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I know what you're talking about. I don't see these purple motorcycles though.
Okay, I'll try to keep finding it, and I'll email it to you or something. But it was in response to that guy right there. So I don't know if you click on the chat part underneath.
This place is a jungle.
Yeah, there's so many of them. You know what I mean? I'll see if I can find it.
You got people talking about Seth. What do they say here? Seth something. Then you got him posting about yeah. There is so much going on in this case. Goodness gracious. Seth's PI, please do your job. No one cares about your other side job. What? Like what? What are we looking at?
Smack.
Toxicity.
I totally agree with the last caller. I think we need to refocus our energy back on Sebastian and just light it up for Sebastian again and
turn into a
just
circus.
try to send the good vibes out there to get this kid home.
Shit's turning into a circus.
Yeah, we need to rein ourselves in and just focus in on you know, the other thing too is that as far as the TBI or the police saying anything, they can't say anything right now. The reason why it's crickets, like I said before, is that they know stuff, but they can't say stuff. And they're probably asking Seth not to say a lot of stuff too. He may be privy to more information than we know. But anyway, just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
And thank you for your time.
You're
I'll
welcome.
see if I can find them.
Yeah, let me know if you see it or find it. Somebody said I passed it, but I don't know if I passed. I didn't see purple motorcycles. That's why I was saying that. But thank you, though. I appreciate you, Miss Mary. If you find it, send it in. Thank you. God bless you. Lock your doors. Shout out to Miss Mary. Miss Mary on it. Purple motorcycle. Purple. You know what? I can't do that. I see somebody wanted me to call them back, and I said I would do it, and I'm not gonna stick off my word. Hold up, please. 1 second. I got you. Okay, I got you. 1 second. Boom.
What's up, T-REV?
214, you're in the door. Talk to me, Sarah. What's going on?
How are you doing tonight?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
I'm pretty good.
I almost forgot
just
to call you back. You would have probably been.
I
mad as
know.
hell.
I was like, was he not going to call me back? He said he would.
Yeah, I got you. I
Well,
remembered.
Just from the jump, it's like if my kid went missing, whether I thought that my kid ran away or was taken, I would be on national television begging and pleading and offering my car, my house, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I haven't seen any of that, like, from the mom. Like, where's it at? I'd be threatening people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know, exactly. Things would be coming out of your mouth that you'd probably regret later and apologize after, but damn.
I wouldn't care.
Right.
Until I got my kid back.
Exactly.
And then another thing about the runaway thing is that just doesn't make any sense. There would be signs. She's like, oh, that day went just perfect. There would be little things that your kid would be doing, especially a child with autism, because they're like creatures of nature, of habit.
Right.
And so they do, they like repetition. They do the same things. You would definitely notice if they were doing something sneaky. You know what I mean?
For sure.
So that's a bunch of bullshit, you know? So, and it just pisses me off that we don't have any information.
Yeah. Why?
You talked to Seth today?
Yeah, I talked to Seth earlier.
Is he doing okay?
I talked to him to text and I hear his voice, but he didn't say he was doing bad.
Okay.
I checked on him and sent him a little prayer, and he said thank you. We switched a couple text messages, but
I just can't imagine what that guy's going through. And if my kid ran away, I wouldn't be acting the way that. There's just no way in hell that any person would act that way. You know what I mean? It's just, it doesn't even make sense,
Yeah, it doesn't. None of this shit makes sense.
No. But that is interesting about the boyfriend that you were talking about, or the guy across the street.
That's what I seen. I seen his neighbors talking about it.
I mean, I'm like, shit.
One of them came out and said yes, they were. One of the neighbors came out and said yes, they were, or she was having an affair with the married guy across the street. I don't know if it's them talking or maybe she's friends with the wife. I have no idea. And again, that's coming
Maybe
from
that's
somebody
why
else.
they didn't have cameras.
That's why I say allegedly, because it's coming from someone else. I have no, but she said the married guy across the street. Again, is she talking to the wife? I have no idea.
No, I think maybe that's why they didn't have security cameras, because there's no way in hell that you're going to work for a security company and not have security cameras when your husband's gone for months at a time.
Tell me this: why is his clothes still not been? Why do we not know if they were accounted for or not? The clothes that he wore that night, were they at home on the floor? Did he change it? You know what I mean? Like where are those clothes?
Where are they? And why can't we see the videos? On every other missing persons case, they put out, they were last seen at the blah, blah, blah. And you'll see like it on the news of a video of their last location that's on video. You know what I mean?
Probably because it's a child and you have to have permission, more like it, or
yeah.
I mean, that's how
That's
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of any missing child cases where we actually saw video of a child. And I can't think of any right now just because I just can't right now.
Yeah, I don't.
But,
they didn't even do that in Madeline Soto.
Yeah. Yeah, but she wasn't, she had her birthday party. So they would have showed like video. Somebody had to have video of her
from
birthday
the
party.
school, or remember the whole school thing, the video by the church or some bullshit like that.
That was bullshit. I think that was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Yeah, that's wild too. Doesn't he have a court date coming up?
Moon Raven, you're not the only one sending stuff. You know that, right? You know there's hundreds and hundreds of people that are sending me tons of things. I don't even know what you're talking about. Clickbait or what? For sakes, I sent you a picture and all. What do you mean? What picture? Where did you send it? I'm confused.
People are always after your picture, your title. They have nothing better to do. Who cares? Like, why do they care to even come in and say stuff? Like, go to another channel. Like, we don't care.
I mean, it would be easy if I only had one person sending me stuff. I got hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people sending me stuff. So, you know, hopefully people can take that into consideration when you are sending me stuff, that there's tons of other people sending me stuff too.
I wish I could go through your files. Like, even especially with Idaho 4, whenever you were always getting sent stuff, I was like, share it.
I still got them.
I know. I got to do anything to go through your computer.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
All right. Well, let's just pray to God this kid comes home.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's been a long time.
Yeah, no.
So, Katie Proudfoot, tell us what the F happened, you know?
That's a fact. Yeah, chat is bugging. Yeah, I know, right? Well, I do appreciate you calling. Thank you so much for being a voice here tonight.
I appreciate you calling me back.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, no. I'm about to go sage out the room myself on the second channel for them. You know? He said so sketchy, many people. I'm about to go sage out the room on my second channel. How about that? I feel it. I feel people. People are definitely bugging out today. I appreciate everybody who came by this stream. You already know how we ended around here. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn on the notification bells. You never will know when I'm coming back on here. But I'm going over to the second channel, point blank period. I'm going to go do what I do after I grab something to eat real quick. So if you're going to see me over there, you're going to see me over there. If you're not, you're not. It is what it is. I love you guys. Shout out to everybody who called in, sent emails. There's still tons of emails that I need to get to, which are crazy. There's videos, there's pictures, there's tons of different things, but one man army over here running this whole thing. 50 tabs open, information coming from every direction. People want to put, just bear with me, rock with me. I'm one man team as far as what I'm looking at on my side. So I do appreciate you guys. But damn, this place needs some Dear Jesus.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they trying to take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not trying to be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look. It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kissed. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on the page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in the honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and winter terrain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's go.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend, in the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hopes strength from our spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, well, they serve me well. Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Damn, this is my favorite. What's one of my favorites though?
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Dear mama, you're all that I got. I know life was messed up and went left with my pops. I was out there running the block, drugs in my sock. After I got raped, I blamed you and my pops. I was mad at life, I hated myself. I thought if I could blame y'all, it would fix itself. But I was wrong, and I can admit that there was nothing worse than waking up every day not knowing your worth. Mama, no matter what you did to me, I just wanna say I love you. I'll make you proud with victory. I stand tall every day and look these kids in the face. Growing up like I did, that's why I wanna make a change. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be who I am. So this song is for you, mama. You gotta know that you're special. I miss you so much. If you need me, I'll come to your rescue. Mama, I remember just the other day, you would tuck me in the bed and tell me everything's okay. You would tell me nothing's ever gonna happen, but these people kept coming around. It was like the devil watching us collapsing. I just had to forget it, but just know you're forgiven. We get stuck in the system. Mom, get out that prison, cause you're better than that. I'll carry us on our back and pull us out of that trap. Dear mama, I love you.
I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
Mama, I know you lived through the trauma, and I ain't trying to bring it up to start no drama. I just want you to know that I'ma glow in your memory, cause you were the best. I have your soul. Don't ever let no man tell you what the to do. Don't ever let no man put his hands all over you. I don't wanna see you getting hurt anymore. You've been to hell and back, mom. It's time to open them doors. 2024, I'm here to turn the page. Voice for the voiceless, the year we make a change. Tired of the deaths in our country. People acting funny, switching over money. Materialism, people lack substance. Haters everywhere, the devil's getting comfy. Mama, spread your wings, you're free now. I love you, I will always forgive you, no matter the troubles.
Dear mama, I know you told me stay out of that drama, and I know you wanna see me living proper. I'm just doing this for you and all my partners. In they pocket watching, they ain't got no honor. They an actor, should've got an Oscar. I know we got some problems to get out of, and I know that we done been through some trauma. So I just write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Had to write this letter to you saying, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama. Dear mama, I just want you to have faith, yeah. No, I'm about to go fill up the bank, yeah. Dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, dear mama, yeah.
thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute, and I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer.
God changed my life for the better and now I'm feeling great. These demons always try to come around and take my place, so kneel beside my shadow space and say a prayer for me, cause sometimes I catch myself losing faith. Then I remember what my mission is. I'm here to make a difference. I don't give a fuck about your opinion. All they do is kill little kids, and you expect us to sit back and keep watching and listening? You better change this grim script and resist. We must rise together and not just exist. So lift your voice, break the chains, pray for strength to miss these pains. We must all come together when we pray.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me, and keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute, and I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me.
As I go through the day, I continue to pray, but every day it's getting worse with these demons we face. Little Elijah view, only age 3. Voice caught in the shadows, far too deep. Whisper the prayers every night before I go to sleep. Dreams of dawn, where fears are gone, and heaven hears the pleas. I wish I could bring every single missing person back. I see these frustrated families and about to crack. In the night's cold grass, we light a match. I'ma keep being that person that always makes a path. The Rev gang's here to stay. I made a way, and we will keep being a voice no matter what they say.
Keep me in your head, cause I'm standing on the edge. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me, and keep me in your thoughts, cause right now it's all I got. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, cause I could cross the line any minute, and I could use divine intervention. So keep me in your mind for a moment of your time. Say a prayer for me, say a prayer, say a prayer, say a prayer for me. If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known, but I let that pain go away. I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me, to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to its knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the depths.
If I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you
to us about what we're going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. Man, they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No answers, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
Get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one. I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
It's about that time. Yep, second chance.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will let up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.